I'm live, y'all. Hey, good to see y'all again. I'm happy to be back. Let's see who we got up in here so far. Hey, Abu, what's up? You the first one in here. Hey, Annie, how you doing? Almond Milk, what's up? Josh, hey, Tyrell. Hey, Esoteric Espionage. Hey, Scarred Out. We got a Diggable Planet up in the house. We got Oral up in the house. Diggable Planet, yes. Let's see who else we got. Red Bunny up in the house. Another Diggable Planet. We got Cherry Bell, another Diggable Planet up in the house. Thank you, Abu, for your super chat. I'll get to your question in a minute. And then anybody else, just hold off on your questions until after I get through these readings that I'm going to be doing, because I'm trying to be more structured, because I know some people don't like when I bounce around and I'm all like, shifty and erratic and all that type of stuff. Even though I do operate well that way, I feel, but I want to be more structured. But Abu, I'll answer your question in a minute. But if everybody else can just hold off until later. Hey, Golden Owl, we got another Diggable Planet in the house. We got Dr. Ken in the house, another Diggable Planet. She's the one they call Dr. Feel Good. She's the one that make you feel all right. Yes. She's gonna be your Frankenstein. Hey, C Royalty, how you doing? Hey, Alicia, how you doing? We got P up in the house. Oh, no, deep. You said trying to run a special on the birth chart readings for your birthday? Huh? My birthday ain't till December. Let's see. Hey, Jacqueline, how you doing? Hey, Radio 432. You don't got any Libra in your chart, but nothing but love. I got nothing for love. We got Indigo in the house. Hey, Indigo, another Diggable Planet. Hey, Andro. Oh, you're off tomorrow. So are you going to be able? You probably going to have to come back later. Hey, Adrienne, how you doing? We got Roma, another Diggable Planet up in the house. We got a bunch of Diggable Planets. We got Siobhan up in the house, another Diggable Planet. We got Delisha up in the house, another Diggable Planet. Trey Sizzle, hey, what's up? We got Amira the Great. We got Leo Rich. Yes, I missed y'all. I really did. But I had to recover from my little touch-up surgery I had. So let me just explain to y'all what happened, because it was definitely a Mercury retrograde type of situation. So you know how with Mercury retrograde, you can get some things mixed up. You might not be really, paying attention to schedules and stuff, or there might be some miscommunication. So like I said before, if some of y'all remember, I was really anxious about getting the scar revision surgery. For those that don't know, I got a tummy tuck and lipo last December. So I'm almost approaching a year. But part of my incision came open during the healing process, which left a big scar. So ever since, my surgeon has been really on me about getting the scar revision surgery. So I kept I was like, okay, I might get it, but I was on the fence. I got Venus and Libra. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go through, getting cut open again and all that type of stuff. And what really made me anxious was that I was going to be awake during the procedure. Now, I've been through a lot of pain throughout my life, and I really don't want to experience any more pain. And I just have bad anxiety. So I was hoping that maybe he could knock me out or give me a Valium and stuff. So for my next appointment, I thought it was just a follow-up appointment. And I was going to ask him, I was going to say, because he was like, oh, this is a procedure that's in office. It'll be real quick. He was like, you'll be awake so you can drive there. And when he said that, I was like, oh shit, I'll be awake when he's cutting me open. I'm like, nah, son. So back at home, I was like just going back and forth. Should I get the scar revision? And then I decided, okay, I'm going to get it. But I was like, I want him to put me to sleep, not with general anesthesia, but with a sedative, like a Valium or whatever. And so for my next appointment, I was planning on asking him that. I was going to ask him, look, if I get an Uber to the appointment, can you give me a Valium so I'll be kind of asleep in that twilight state while you're cutting me open? Well, so the next appointment came, And come to find out, it's the appointment for the scar revision. So it was like he snuck that shit on me. And I was like, oh shit. And I, me being a Sag, I couldn't back out. I couldn't seem like a punk. So I went ahead with it. And it actually wasn't painful at all. He assured me it wasn't going to be painful. They dimmed the lights and had me on the operating table in his, one of his office patient rooms. And then he asked me, well, the nurse asked me what type of music I wanted to listen to kind of keep me calm. And I said smooth jazz. So she put on the smooth jazz station. So I'm already feeling, I'm like feeling the music. I'm like, yeah, getting me all relaxed. Then my surgeon comes in and then he's like, oh, you like jazz? I was like, yeah. He's a Pisces, by the way. He was like, oh, you like jazz? I was like, yeah. And I was like, reminds me of the 90s. And he was like, how old are you again? And I was like, 46. I was like, I was born in 75. And he was like, oh, I was born in, he was like, I'm your age. He was like, I was born in 76. So I didn't know his age before that because I didn't want to get all in his business. I'm not the type that's going, be asking for your birth information. I'm going because I have my own methods of determining if a surgeon's good. I'll use my tarot cards for that. And my tarot reading about him was on point. But anyway, so we had a little chat while he was cutting me open, and he shot me with a local anesthetic about 4 times. And he was like, you might feel a pinch. And at first he was like, you feel that? I was like, no, I don't feel nothing at all. And then the 4th time he stuck me, that's when I felt that pinch and that sting. And then he was like, now you're going to feel some tugging and some pulling. So that's the part that felt weird as shit. And I did a part of me felt like I was going to get nauseous because, again, my anxiety was raising up when I could feel him. And I actually saw when he actually cut the strip of the scar, and I saw when he took that strip of flesh and put it on the table. And I was like, wow. So in hindsight, I'm glad that I was awake, even though I had anxiety about it, because to me, it was one of my many Sagittarian adventures. As a Sagittarius, you could be a Sag rising, Sag sun like me, have Mercury and Sag, some prominent Sagittarius energy. You're going to have some adventures in life, whether you want them or not. Some of us choose our adventures. Other times, adventures basically happen to us, and some of them could be misadventures. So I just, include this as part of my adventures. Like, wow, I've been through, even though it was minor surgery, but I actually saw the doctor take a strip of my flesh and put it on the table, and he's talking to me while he's sewing me up, and he was sewing me up tight too. I could feel that tugging part. And then I got a chance to really talk to him and ask him questions. And I learned that he first started off as an art student. He first went to art school, and I was like, isn't that so Pisces? And then he decided to go to medical school. And then his little cockiness came out because he was like, he said, I could do all operations. He was like, I can do, life-saving operations, and I could do plastic surgery. He was like, I just prefer plastic surgery. So I was like, what area of the body you like to operate on the most? And he was like, face. He was like, I could do facelift all day. And I was like, oh, okay. And he has a son. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe he's gay. I believe he's married to a man and they have a little son, I think, because I follow him on Instagram and I see his posts and stuff like that. And I found out that he used to be pudgy and he lost a lot of weight. You could tell he's got some work done to his face a little bit too. But I love my surgeon. I couldn't have asked for a better surgeon. And the fact that his son is in my second house, he got, what is it, Venus? I think Venus and Mars in my, not Mars. We both have Mars in Gemini. And he has, I think it's Venus and Mercury in my first house. And I'm like, that's perfect for a surgeon. We also have some other good things. But that's just the update on my surgery. I still have this, I think I still have the steri strip on, which covers the stitches. I don't know if the stitches have dissolved yet, but it has been 3 weeks so far. So I believe that the stitches probably are on their way to dissolving. I don't feel no pain or nothing like that, but I still am taking it easy a little bit. Now when I laugh, I don't feel that sensitivity down there, which is good. So yeah, I'm feeling good. And I could tell that getting the scar revision is worth it because I can already see where it's more. Oh, and he even said to me, he was like, I think I wanted this scar revision more than you did. And I was like, yeah, it makes sense with him being a Pisces because they're like artists and they want it. They're sensitive about their shit. Like they want to be, they want that shit to be right. They want it to be perfect. Thank you, Indigo. All right, so let's get into. Oh, Abu, let me answer your question, and then we'll get into some current events, and then we're going to get into the main topic of discussion. Because it's Libra season, we got to talk about some of these relationships that are in the news lately. So we're going to get into that. So you said, I've been contemplating on finally quitting my job and going self-employed. Will I be side saddle at it? What's side saddle at? What's that mean? Will I be side saddle at it? Abu, explain what you mean by side saddle. I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. Is that a new term for y'all young whippersnappers? Am I getting that old? Side saddle at it. And does anything else in my chart confirm it? All right. Well, you got Saturn in the second house, don't you? You got Mars conjunct Venus in that 6 in Scorpio. With that, either you got to be management level or you got to do your own thing really with that hookup, unless you're doing some type of job like an EMT or some shit. And I know you're not trying to do that. Oh, you said, will you be successful at it? Okay. Will you be successful at it? And does anything in your chart confirm? You already know, because we talked about it before about your chart, what you got in your chart. And you're smart. So let me see what the cards say. Will you be successful at it? Oh, that looks good. So I got the Knight of Pentacles followed by the King of Pentacles. That's success right there. But with Knight of Pentacles, you got to be willing to put in the work. You better work. You know what I'm saying? With that Knight of Pentacles, it's saying it's not going to happen overnight. And that's very indicative of having Saturn in the second house anyway. So you got to be willing to work long hours for yourself, being self-employed. And trust me, I know about how this is. You don't have time for nothing else but work if you're really trying to get to where you need to be, if you're trying to be successful. So you really have to be dedicated. That Knight of Pentacles is dedication. And it's about fortitude. It's about discipline. It's about, doing things in a methodical manner and in a succession and following a well-worn path as well. So King of Pentacles follows that. So you might need a mentor, and you probably know of somebody that could be like a business mentor, but the King of Pentacles is also just saying success. All right. So first, we're going to take a poll. I'm not looking at the chat via YouTube, so I can't do one of those YouTube polls unless I pull up. Let me see if I could pull up the live stream that I'm on, so I could put in a poll. Hot thing, barely 21. Hot thing, looking for big fun. All right, let's see. I'm tripping. Okay, here we go. So let me just mute this so I don't hear my voice. Okay, how do I? Okay, here's a poll. What is wrong? Okay. Until the end of time, I'll be there for you. Okay. Okay, I just put a poll up. It's a basic question. Are you in a relationship? Yes or no? Can I vote on my same poll? Am I allowed to vote? I don't know about that. You are my heart and mind. Truly I adore you. Thank you, Temperance Cole Tarot. If God one day struck me blind, your beauty I still see. Love's too weak to define just what you mean to me. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all young whippersnappers, y'all don't know nothing about that. Most of y'all, unless y'all were raised right. That right there is Adored by Prince. One of my favorite songs. I mean, he knocked that shit out the park. I'm about to read the lyrics to y'all. He said, from the first moment I saw you, who I knew you were the one. That night I had to call you. I was rapping till the sun came up. In a world, you were sex. My body was next. Woo! I mean, that song right there. I mean, I'm going to have to talk about Prince for a minute, y'all, but I'm going to do a separate video on Prince because I feel like the video I did about him a few years ago didn't do him justice. And I might sound kooky right now, but I do have Sun conjunct Neptune. And when I tell you I feel Prince's spirit all around me, and I don't think it's just me. I think it's a lot of people that are like really diehard Prince fans. It's like if you really are into Prince and you really appreciate him, it's like you could feel his spirit when you really get into his music. It's like his spirit is still alive and well. And I feel like his spirit is telling me that I need to do him justice and I need to glorify his name. And I'm not saying like, oh, he's, he was this perfect man. He was flawed like everybody else. And I know some people aren't Prince fans at all, but I feel like he wasn't given enough credit for the major contributions he's made in music. Oh my God. The man was phenomenal. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. And since Mars has been in Gemini, Prince was a Gemini. Since Mars has been in Gemini, I've been hyper focused on Prince. I've been like really like getting into him. Like I already have all 3 of his movies. And this is how you know that you're a true Prince fan. If, a lot of people like Purple Rain, but if you like Under the Cherry Moon, that means you're a true Prince fan. If you can watch Graffiti Bridge, and I have to admit, Graffiti Bridge wasn't that great of a movie, but I bought that shit because I'm a diehard Prince fan. So it's like, that's how you know you a real Prince fan. If you was rocking with Prince past the 90s, that's how you know you a real Prince fan too. Because he continued to put out some real good music into the 2000s. Yes, Delisha, I know you know. Under the Cherry Moon was the shit. I'm going to get to your question. I can't highlight this, right? Why can't I highlight it? So far, we got 78 people saying no for being in a relationship. Let me go back to see, I can't see the poll on StreamYard. I'm gonna have to toggle back and forth. But we have 78 people saying no, they've never been in a relationship. I mean, not never been in a relationship. They're not in a relationship. You can include me because I'm not in a relationship either. And when I tell you my life hasn't been so peaceful or stress-free. All right, you said, hey, Rob, am I going to date someone new before this year ends or not? Oh, I like that question. Now, everybody else, please hold off on your questions. I just want to get into these readings before I get carried away with the reading, one card readings, because you know how I can get. But yeah, Prince was, he just one of a kind. There will be no other. And he's somebody I feel like totally divinely inspired, even down to the point where, he was very flaunting his sex appeal and like being very sexual at times. Again, he was just showing that yin yang that's within everybody, that it's within all of us, the yin yang, the light and the dark. I got the 10 of Wands, which basically says, nah, you would have to do a lot in order to date someone new this year. I don't know if you want to go through all that. That's like putting your profile out on all these different dating sites just to catch somebody, catch some cold ass fish that you want to throw back anyway. So save your energy, work on yourself for the rest of the year. And yeah, hopefully by next year, it'll be better in terms of dating for you. Thank you, Josh, for your super chat. You said, hey, Rahbinah, will I pass my behind the wheel test on my first try or any of the other 2 chances? Thank you. All right, Josh. That's a big step, getting your driver's license. Let's see if you're going to get it on the first try. I had to take 2 driver's license tests, not back to back. I passed my first one on the first try, but then at some point, don't ask me how, my license got suspended. I'm a Sagittarius. That happens to us. We don't know how it happens. Our license will get suspended, on some injustice shit. But anyway, my license got suspended, and to get my license back, I had to actually take the driver's test again. I think it was because I was in another state by then. But yeah, I was pissed at that. But I got the 3 of Swords, which tells me that you're probably not going to pass it on the first try. And that 3 of Swords is like 3 times. So you're probably going to take that 3rd time and then you're going to pass it. So now tarot isn't set in stone. Like, you could really practice and try to overcome that 3 of Swords. But that 3 of Swords is basically like you going to use every chance you can get, every chance you're given. By that 3rd time, you're going to get it. 3rd time is a charm. And sometimes it might deal with the DMV that you're dealing with. They might be assholes and like trying to ding you on every little thing. It might be the person that's giving the driving test that's being an asshole. So you got to take that into account as well. They could catch you on a bad day when, the moon is squaring your Pluto or some shit. Thank you, Henry. You said, crazy you said that about Prince. I became a very big fan and I felt his spirit around me. I thought I was mad. Something about him is different. I'm telling you, you ain't the only one. Look, if you truly love Prince and if you open up your heart to him, and I'm not saying like he's on some godlike status. I'm not. I truly believe he's active in the spirit world right now. And he's in tune with a lot of us that are still rocking to his music. And that are, still appreciating the contributions that he gave to this earth. You could say the same about Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson might have a similar effect upon his fans, but Prince resonated with me more deeply. And I have stories about stories from my childhood where Prince is attached to it in some way, shape, or form that I don't have with Michael Jackson. Case in point, when Purple Rain came out, the album, there's this song after Darling Nikki where he's basically praying, but it's played backwards. And I remember as a little kid being so scared about hearing that part because, there was rumors back then that Prince was in the devil worship because of the reverse, because that song was in reverse. And it does sound kind of like, a little dark. Actually, it sounds real dark. But now that I've grown, I can listen to that and it's beautiful. But Prince was just one of those enigmas. But, aren't all geniuses enigmas a lot of times? Aren't they, they're going to throw you some curveballs every now and then. But yeah, that was one of the memories that stuck out. And even just seeing Purple Rain for the first time. When I tell you Prince really taught me about sex, he taught me about the birds and the bees. You know how your parents might teach you about sex, but Prince taught me about sex. Like, Prince was one of the reasons why I couldn't wait to become an adult. Because I wanted to do things like Prince was doing in Purple Rain and shit. I wanted a guy to do me like Prince did Apollonia in Purple Rain. And then just seeing him on stage, like performing Computer Blue and Darling Nikki and seeing that raw sexual energy. His Mars, was at the 0 degree of Aries. I mean, that pure, raw energy making you hot but uncomfortable at the same time because you're a young, innocent girl. And you're like, what is this specimen? What is this fine specimen? I mean, he's real feminine, but he's masculine at the same time. I mean, this is some Gemini witchery right here. This is some Gemini mystique. Yeah. I know he made some men uncomfortable. I know he made some straight men uncomfortable because he, had that sex appeal that both men and women could appreciate. I mean, and again, he had his shit with him. But yeah, it's when I tell you he really like shaped my life in terms of formative years, in terms of music and like culture. And I didn't even realize it until, recently when I was just looking back on my life in relation to like some of Prince's songs and all that stuff. Sign of the Times. Like, here's another story. Remember that song, Sign of the Times? In France, the skinny man died of a big disease with a little name. And soon his girlfriend came across a needle, and soon she did the same. Back home, there were 17-year-old boys, and their idea of fun is being in a gang called the Disciples, high on crack, toting a machine gun. First of all, Prince was saying some prophetic shit. That's his Saturn and Sagittarius ruling his third house. Time, sign of the times. That shit was deep. So back when I was probably like 12 years old, there was this kid in the neighborhood, and he had a boombox, and he would walk through the neighborhood blasting Sign of the Times by Prince. He didn't play no other song but Sign of the Times. Sign of the Times. Just all we would hear is sign. Wait a minute. Sign of the Times. Do 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 do, and we'd be like, oh boy, there he go. Yeah, so like there's some memories that really stick out about Prince, and it's just crazy. Yes, that whole album. Adore is on that album, Sign of the Times. And If I Was Your Girlfriend, I love that. But yeah, let's get into some of these current events. But thank you for your super chat, Henry. And like I said, I will be doing a video on Prince. I did one a few years ago, but I want to do another one. Especially like, that's another thing about him. He had a Pisces moon, and he really lived that Pisces moon to the max in terms of his artistry, but also he was so charitable. He helped out a lot of people. I got a good answer for that. The Golden Owl. Now picture this. He tried to holler at Patrice Rushen back in the day when he was new, when he was fresh on the scene. Prince, he was very short. I think he was 5'3". And, some women just aren't into short men like that. And, he did have like a feminine, air to him. And Shaka Khan was the same way, because Prince had a crush on Shaka Khan, and Shaka Khan wasn't trying to, she wasn't trying to swing her thing that way. So he wasn't every woman's cup of tea. And one of my students, I was telling her about Prince, and she was like, man, I never was a Prince fan. So I realized that not everybody, liked Prince, or, thought he was sexy, or, he wasn't everybody's cup of tea. And I think that's how it was with Patrice Rushen, especially because he tried to holler at her when he was like new on the scene, wet behind the ears, still trying to figure himself out, all that stuff. But I love how you could see the progression. Indigo said, yeah, Shaka was not having it. I love how you could see the progression of Prince's life and how he evolved. I even gained some insight about Prince the other day, where it warmed my heart even more about him. And when I talk about the video, when I do the video about him, I'm going to mention that video. Because it really touched my heart seeing how far he had evolved before he left this earth. I mean, it's quite amazing. Annie, thank you for your super chat. You said been talking to a guy and we've become good friends. I'm starting to feel him. Does he have romantic feelings towards me? If so, will it go anywhere? Okay. And then after that, I got to segue over into the these current events and then the readings because I got quite a bit of information for y'all. I spent some time really digging into these charts, so it's quite a bit. And I told you I wanted to be more structured, so I created PowerPoints. So I don't just be all fidgeting around trying to pull charts and stuff. Everything that I need to look at is already in a PowerPoint, which, that requires some time to do. But again, it makes it so much easier than just having to like fumble around and stuff. Okay, so I got the Eight of Pentacles representing your situation with this guy, which is letting you know that y'all are on good terms. Like that's like y'all, what's the word? Courting each other. Or y'all are like really getting to know each other. Y'all are building up, like y'all are settling into a routine, even like maybe talking to each other on the regular and all that stuff. Here's the challenge: Two of Swords. So that can mean that he's a little cut off. He's a little detached. He's guarded. And maybe because, you know how they always say about men, maybe because he's been hurt before. Or maybe that's just his personality. You can let me know what his sign is. But that Two of Swords can mean that, yeah, he's not ready to fully open up to you and be receptive to you. Now, your advice is the Four of Swords. So I would say keep your feelings to yourself. Don't let him know that you're starting to develop feelings for you or feelings for him. Just be receptive. You can put little hints out, but don't be too much about putting hints out either. Just play it cool. Continue to be his friend. Max and relax. Like chill. Oh, he's an Aquarius. No wonder. That's that Two of Swords. Even though the Two of Swords is a Libra card, she's really taking a Aquarius stance in that card. But yeah, just play it cool, especially because he's an Aquarius. You really got to play it cool. You ever see that movie West Side Story? When they talk about did it, and they're talking about play it cool. Play it cool. Yes. And then I got the Justice card. So if you play it cool, there's a good chance that he's going to basically step up to the plate and get something going with you on a romantic level. So I see it going somewhere with that Justice card. And it's really about, again, you playing it cool. Yeah, you said you've been cool as fuck. Okay, that you already know then. Keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, keep on, keeping on. Yeah. B-boy, I've been looking for your ass since 1:15. Hey, Kawaii, honey. You said, where does my natural talents lie? Okay, this is the last one and now I'm answering. I think that is the last one that people, where do your natural talents lie? Thank you for your super chat. And I don't want to burn out all this energy I got right now. Hot peas and butter, baby. Come and get your supper. Okay, your natural talents. Something dealing with where you are mobile. Something dealing with where physical activity. Let me know if you're athletic in any type of way. But it can also be your natural talents also lie in event planning, bringing people together, getting things going, starting like a movement, making change, affecting positive change. If that rings a bell. Improving lives, improving situations, even improving spaces, upgrading, updating, might be interior decorating. All right, hope that makes sense. All right, so let's get into these current events. If God one day struck me blind, your beauty I still see. You hear them lyrics? He said, if God one day struck me blind, your beauty I would still see. You know what that means? He's saying you're beautiful on the inside and outside. Love is too weak to define just what you mean to me. I mean, this dude had lyrics for your ass. Hey, Cameron, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? Fuck these relationships. Yeah, I feel you. I was rapping till the sun came up. The only way I experience relationships nowadays is through my clients and through music. Mm-hmm. You can burn up my clothes, smash up my ride. Well, maybe not the ride. That's some Gemini shit right there. So in that song Adore, I know I'm going off on a tangent, but I told y'all I'm like really feeling Prince right about now. He said, you could burn up my clothes, smash up my ride, but then real quick he was like, well, maybe not the ride. Now that is a love song he's singing. But in true Gemini fashion, he still had to be a little funny with it. I used to love that. I mean, I still love that line. You can burn up my clothes, smash up my ride. Well, maybe not the ride, but I got to have your face all up in the place. Yes, I'm a man of exquisite taste. Mm-hmm. Until the end of time, I'll be there for you. Okay. Where's the share screen? Oh, present. Okay. I'm tripping. It's been a while since I've been live. Okay, we gotta talk about Brandy. Matter of fact, let me pull up the story about her. My body was next. Okay. Y'all heard that she had a seizure, right? Was I the best? Was I your every fantasy? Okay. Brandy hospitalized for possible seizure after medical incident at LA home. Interesting. Brandy just addressed her health issue, telling fans, to my beloved fam, friends, and stars, thank you for sending love and light my way. That's her progressed moon forming a trine with her Jupiter right now. I am following doctor's orders and getting the rest I need due to dehydration and low amounts of nutrition. Why are these artists always saying it's dehydration? Thank you for your prayers and support. Grateful for you all. See you soon. Singer Brandy is recovering in an LA hospital after possibly suffering a seizure, TMZ has learned. Law enforcement sources tell TMZ they got an EMS call to Brandy's home at noon Tuesday. Sources with direct knowledge tell us it's believed Brandy suffered a seizure and she was taken to a local hospital. At this time, we're told Brandy is still in the hospital. Her parents have been there with her, and it appears she will recover. That's very much that progressed moon trine Jupiter too. Prognosis is hopeful. We don't know what led up to the seizure or if there were health issues as a result of the incident. It was earlier this year when Brandy blew the crowd away at the NFL's NFC Championship game with her rendition of the national anthem. We've reached out to a rep for Brandy so far, no word. So she's kind of keeping things tight-lipped about this, it seems. Thank you. I was about to say that. You can say it. I can't say it because you know how the YouTube gods are. But yeah, let's get into some aspects of her chart. Okay, so here's Brandy's chart. She's in Aquarius, and her sun is conjoined to Mars. And that right there can make her prone to have some type of brain disorder, some type of neurological disorder. That conjunction between the Sun and Mars is forming a quincunx with her Virgo North Node in the 12th. So that makes her prone to developing an issue with the circuitry of the brain / neurological disorders such as seizures, especially brought on by an external stressor. Sun and Mars square Uranus in Scorpio. This right here. This could be an artificial substance, which is Uranus in Scorpio, being injected, that's the Scorpio again, into the body causes brain malfunctioning, seizures. And Annie already mentioned that situation that could be the cause. So here's her transit chart. She has Saturn conjoined to her Mars right now, and it didn't even become exact yet. And it's retrograde, which just exacerbates the issue, but Saturn will be going direct soon. But that right there can put some stress upon the brain. It can deal with a part of the brain is not working right, stops functioning, or dies, which brings about the seizures. Transiting Neptune forming a quincunx with the moon in Leo, being hospitalized. And this could have resulted in her being made to cancel some of her performances. Transiting Pluto, sesqui-square Saturn, and Virgo, being forced out of work due to a situation beyond her control. Could have been the Shatas. Perhaps this situation caught up with her. What's interesting, her progressed moon is in Aries. Aries rules the brain. It just entered Aries about a month ago. So this could be representing a progression of a health condition where it started to really manifest once that progressed moon entered Aries. She has her progressed Mercury at the 0 degree of Aries, which is pointing to an issue involving the brain too, and it's in her 6th house, health. So yeah, hopefully she'll recover fully and she'll be on her way to going back out. And you said the whole chart ain't worth a damn. I was trying to keep it. I was trying to be serious about this. I really was. But no, I wish her the best. I hope that she does make a full recovery and she won't have to deal with any more episodes. But I hate to say it, with that progressed moon being in Aries, it's going to be in Aries for the next 2.5 years of her life. So she better buckle down and just try to take it easy and not be around too many stressors. All right, next story. I'm going down to Alphabet Street. I'm gonna find first girl that I meet. I'm gonna talk so sexy. I have to admit, I'm digging the beard on Kanye. I think it's a good look for him because it hides that weak ass chin that he has. You know, that chin that looked like it's just buckling under. And I know he had that car accident and shit that caused him to have that, disfigured chin, that, and the pouty mouth. It kind of that beard kind of takes away from that pouty mouth. But I wanted to talk about Kanye for a minute because he's back in the news. I mean, he's often in the news, but it makes sense because he's a Gemini. And he has a need for a lot of attention. But yeah, y'all feeling the beard? Let's see where the poll is so far. Hold on. We got 76% said no for relationship poll. 24% said yes. So for those 24%, are you happy in your relationship or are you constantly complaining? Are you in love or are you just going through the motions? Is it a relationship based upon true love or is it a relationship of convenience? Y'all let me know. Those that have voted yes, you're in a relationship. Y'all can let me know how you're doing in that relationship. Is it new? Is it old? Are you getting tired of their funky ass? Do you feel like you're with your perfect match? Do you feel like you're with your twin flame? Hey, Daniel. You said a creative musician, but a complete idiot. Look, don't even get me started, Daniel, on his musicianship. Because I don't believe he's that great of a producer. I mean, he's good. I'll give him that. He's good. Oh, thank you, Tipper's Cold Tara. I am gonna drag the shit out of him. He's good, but I say he's a little mediocre. There's so many more music producers that will blow him out the water. RZA for one. I mean, I am kind of partial, but let's be real. Swiss Beats is another one. What's his face? Teddy Riley is another one. Even Jermaine Dupri. I would even say Timbaland is a better producer than Kanye West. So I just named a handful of producers. Dr. Dre is a better producer than Kanye West. Dr. Dre will blow Kanye West out the fucking water. But Kanye West thinks he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. But when you look at his chart, it's evident that he's not the best producer. He's not even up there. He's not even really on par. First of all, he don't even have any planets in Aquarius. Hold on, let me go back to this PowerPoint. Aquarius is the sign of the producer. He don't even have any positive aspects involving his Uranus. Uranus rules producers and composers. Both Aquarius, Uranus, composers, producers. Why? Because invention. They're inventing sound. DJ Quick, yeah, another one. Daz Dillinger, yep. We could keep naming these producers. But if you hear it from Kanye West, pouty ass mouth, he thinks he's the greatest thing that God's created. He thinks he's God's gift. Yeezy, or whatever the fuck his name is. That Cancer rising does contribute to that pouty mouth, but it's also coming through with that Mercury and Taurus. All right. So I forgot I called this the T-square nightmare. So Kanye West is living an old-fashioned T-square nightmare. And it shows all the time. So this T-square nightmare is consisting of his sun conjunct Jupiter in Gemini, okay? And this is why he talks about God a lot. This is why he's talking about like he's religious and he had the Sunday service and all this stuff. This is why he gave that interview recently where he's trying to act like he's this moral authority now. Also, he's into politics, that's sun conjunct Jupiter. Media, always wanted to be seen in the media, but it also represents his rapping, but also his bragging and boasting, because that Jupiter is making him very braggadocious. Now he got Sun and Jupiter squaring that Pisces moon, and that can make him delusional, incoherent when he talks at times. Doesn't make sense the more he talks. I noticed with Kanye West, and I noticed that some Geminis had this problem, and it could be because they are dealing with some squares involving Pisces, where they'll start off making a lot of sense, and then the more they start talking, the more they sound like a damn fool, a damn babbling idiot. And that's Kanye West. The more he starts talking, the more foolish and ridiculous he sounds, and the more he's just tying himself in knots. And I'm just like, what the hell? So also delusions of grandeur. He definitely has it, which is a trait of narcissism. But also he could be under a spell. He could be under some form of mind control, especially with that moon square Neptune. That moon square Neptune, again, makes him delusional. Under the influence could be of some type of drug. He was put on some bipolar medication, which being under the influence where his personality changes, his emotional state changes. Also, he could be dealing with a lot of paranoia, hospitalization, being under a woman's spell. That could be Kim Kardashian or even Kris Jenner. When Scorpio season come, I will be doing a chart on Kris Jenner. So stay tuned for that. You know, I haven't really touched on her really. I don't even think I did a reading on Kim Kardashian really because I can't stand them. But I feel like it's about time I really, dig in their asses. So putting himself in a vulnerable position, which he's doing right now by being too vocal about his controversial beliefs. Being lost in a sea of his emotions, especially with Moon as his chart ruler, creating a scandal through his spiritual beliefs or what he's saying about his spiritual beliefs. He got Sun and Jupiter opposing Neptune. That can make him far gone. Mental health crises, hospitalization, being in his own world, believing his own hype. Now, that Sun opposition Neptune also deals with all the hours he spends in the studio as well. But on a mental health level, that could deal with where, yeah, you starting to deteriorate mentally. But also where you believe your own hype and where you're embarrassing yourself. And you love getting caught up in scandal. So he might complain about Kim K treating him this way or preventing him from seeing the kids, but he's getting off on all this shit because it keeps his name in the news. All right. Oh no, not yet. We're saving wellness. We're saving the super chats for a lot of for later. So thank you. Please hold off. Please be patient with me. But yeah, Kanye got it bad. Then he has Mercury sesqui square Pluto. So recently he got banned by Chase Bank. I guess he was doing business with Chase Bank. He had an account or whatever. So from what I heard, they closed his account. I don't got time to really pull up the article, but y'all let me know. It's something about Chase Bank either banning him or saying, take your funky money. We don't want it because you done said some anti-Semitic shit. So being banned by Chase Bank and other institutions, because that Mercury's in Taurus representing a bank. Twitter suspension as well. Saying things that disgust or repel people. Generating hate over him espousing his values. Custody and child support issues with Kim. Dragging Kim. And he was kind of dragging her in that interview he did with Tucker Carlson. Now, this is interesting. He said during that interview with Tucker Carlson, and I raised the eyebrow at this. He said Kim has 4 black children. He said that after something about basically the magazines want her to show her naked behind, even though she's like in her 40s and she has 4 black children. That his statement right there is dealing with the fact that he got Capricorn on the 7th, Capricorn black, the word black. Now, Capricorn don't rule black people per se, but if the word black comes up in conversation quite a bit, like when Kanye said George Bush don't care about black people, yeah, you can take Capricorn to represent that. So Capricorn on the 7th, that's 7th house is relationships. And that can deal with where Kim wanted a black dude and Kanye fulfilled that. So Capricorn on the 7th with Saturn and Leo. Leo rules children. That's him saying Kim has 4 black children. So I scratched my head at that and I was like, well, wait a minute. Number one, they're mixed. Now, some people consider biracial, half black, half white, to be black. Others consider them to be biracial. It depends, and it really comes down to how brown these kids are, or how, like, what their facial features, what their hair texture is looking like, how quickly somebody's going to refer to them as black. But I just thought that was interesting, the fact that he said that, knowing that he got with Kim purposely because that was his quote unquote preference. Like he wanted some chick. Remember he said, leave your ass for a white girl. He was like, and when you get on, he'll leave your ass for a white girl. He was talking about himself. So now all of a sudden they're black children because, again, you're trying to make a political statement. But it's bullshit. Kanye West, I can see right through you. You're one of those typical dark-skinned black men that have these preferences because you think that light is better. You think that light is right. So he needs to stop with, oh, Kim has 4 black children. Stop it, Kanye, because that's not the reason why you got with Kim, to create black children, and you know it. Then he had the nerve to be talking about, aborting all these black babies being aborted. But he didn't once talk about black femicide going down and how a bunch of black children are being killed by their own black men, black fathers. He didn't mention none of that, but he want to mention, all these black babies being aborted. And it's like he's just being a mouthpiece. He's probably not doing this of his own free will. He's serving an agenda. First of all, they've been trying to create a race war in this country for the longest. And that's the thing, Meat Merc. I can't even highlight your comment. Wait a minute, I got to go back to this. I got to go. So that's what I'm getting at. Kanye West, he's very much aware of his children being biracial, and that's what he wanted. Because again, if he would have wanted black children, he would have had sex and got a black woman pregnant. But now all of a sudden, Kim Kardashian has his black children. I'm like, come on. Again, you're just pandering to this race baiting shit. I can see right through this shit. So again, what Kanye West is saying might sound refreshing to some of these conservatives and black Republicans or white Republicans out here, but trust and believe that he's being used as a puppet. He's just serving this agenda. And I think when it comes down to it, like, he ain't really for black people like that. He's for himself. That's who he's for at the end of the day. Siobhan said, black men swear they can have a black child with a non-black woman. Exactly. It's like, you can't have it both ways. Jupiter going wild said, I understand the choice he made. And my thing is, date who you want to date. But let's not mince words here. Let's not, misconstrue shit, or let's not pretend that, you have these black children and that's not what you wanted, Kanye. You wanted biracial children and that's what you got. Why don't you just say, Kim has these? Why even make it about race? That's another thing. Why make it about race? All he had to say was, Kim has my 4 children and she's still showing her naked behind in these magazines. But no, you had to make it about race. Kim has my black children, or Kim has 4 black children. But again, he's serving this agenda. Yeah, I should do a video about Candace Owens soon. There's something about Candace Owens that I don't trust. I'll just say that. There's something about her, and I didn't even look at her chart yet, but I know if I look at her chart, I'll see what it is. But yeah, maybe I need to, dig into that. Oh, yes, he has a Cancer ascendant, which, that racial theme comes into play big time with him. Race is a big deal to Kanye West, but not in a way where you think. You feel me, Siobhan? Yeah, I don't trust Candace Owens. There's something about her. Yeah. All right. So let's move on. Here he is right here. Do you see this shit? He has some mouthpiece in his mouth with the brand name Balenciaga. Do y'all see that? This is what I can't stand about him. He's a label whore. He's all about labels. He's all about, flossing and being, this person of a certain stat. Ew, look at his lip. Do y'all see his top lip? You know what that means. That's that nervous energy he's dealing with. He be chewing on his top lip. Do y'all see that? And then he'll, how like you can have a piece of skin hanging off your lip and he'll just bite that skin right off. And next thing you know, that shit be sore for like 4 days. Everything he eat that's salty be stinging the shit out of that top lip. Yeah, he does look homeless. I think he's really breaking down mentally. And they're trying to squeeze the last bit of juice out of him. Like, to serve some political agenda before he totally collapsed. Yeah, it's a real bad photo. But I thought he was a fashion designer. Why don't you have your own like front teeth, like with your own brand on there? Because your fashion suck. And then again, What did he went to the fashion week with Candace Owens, and they had what if white people matter again, trying to stir up some political racial conflict shit. And I'm pretty sure both him and Candace Owens didn't come up with that idea themselves. I'm sure they're, working for someone. Hell, it might even be George Soros. Hello. Oh, I'll be doing a video about Saturn and Pisces, Siobhan. Wait and see. Yup. You said Kanye ate the wrong kitty cat, right? Mm-hmm. You said I can't with the silverback. Yeah. All right, let's move on from this clown. Okay, these are his transits. So let's see what this fool got going on. Neptune making a sesqui square with his Uranus. That's like basically the scandal that he's creating. People scratching their heads. And Tucker Carlson was all sucking his Johnson. Like, I was like, why are you all sucking up to Kanye West all of a sudden? I was just like, but again, Tucker Carlson, he's part of the, political agenda too. Saturn forming a quincunx with his ascendant, with Saturn being an Aquarius. That's part of him being, bounced off of Twitter for the racial shit. The racial remarks. You can't say nothing against that certain group of people without getting spanked for it. But again, he's taking one for the team. Same like how Will Smith did with that smack. These people are all actors at the end of the day. North Node making a quincunx with Neptune with that North Node and Taurus that could represent Chase Bank shutting him down. All right, let's move on. Now, I wanted to talk about this crazy motherfucker, but I don't really got time. Does anybody has anybody been following this story? Hey, Adrian. Has anybody been following this story about this nut? I'm tired of these nuts. There's too many out there. They need to open up the insane asylums again and start packing them in deep. Just get a bunch of bunk beds and just start stuffing them in there. Get all the Thorazine and the Benadryl and whatever else you're going to need to keep them calm. But I'm tired of the crazies. It's growing and growing. And you know why? Because, it's demon time. We're seeing the zombification of America, basically. Exactly. And the South Node's still in Scorpio, so we got more of this demonic shit too. Hell yeah. Scorpio wants death, destruction, murder, mayhem. Scorpio has that bloodlust. You said most homeless are crazy, unstable people. Now, remember, LaBoo, we had to differentiate between homeless people and people who are bums. Homeless people are people that are down and out and they're without a home, but they usually have a home. That's my definition of homeless. But then you got people that have a lifetime of being on the street. We would call them, back in the day, we would call them bums or vagrants or hobos or tramps or vagabonds. This dude is named, I forgot his name already, Daryl Brooks Jr. Did anybody mention his name yet? He's the guy, yes, he's the guy that ran through a crowd during a parade in Wisconsin. He injured like 90 people and killed 6 of them. And he's one of those sovereign individuals. Yes, he's representing himself in court. He's a sovereign. He claims to be a sovereign citizen where the laws don't apply to him. But just look at his crazy eyes. And he was a rapper too. So I wanted to get into his chart, but I might do a separate reading on this nut. And this is how he's behaving in court. And I'm going to just ask y'all, what sign is prominent in his chart for him to be acting like this? What sign is prominent in his chart for him to be looking like this in court? I'll wait. What sign is prone to take their shirt off in court? Yes, Siobhan got it. Aquarius. Yes. Aquarius. That's some Aquarius shit. So let's take a look at his chart real quick, but we're not going to get it deep into it because we got to get into these relationships. So here's his chart. Wait a minute. No, that ain't his chart. That's a blank screen. Where's his demon's chart at? Is this him? Yeah, here's his chart. He got Moon conjunct Mercury in Aquarius. That's what I'm saying. That's that Aquarius shameless shit. Aquarius equals nudity. So when you see somebody running around half naked in public or doing some shit like that, a lot of times they got some strong Aquarius energy in their chart. They got strong Aquarius influences. And that also makes him very rebellious. And that explains why he claims to be a sovereign citizen. That moon is representing citizenship. And Aquarius is like total liberation, sovereignty. You sovereign over yourself. You basically are not following any laws because you're like that rebellious. So yeah, he's a nut. Got that Capricorn South Node, which can make him really bitter. Can join the Venus. He could be really bitter towards people that have what he doesn't have, like in terms of status. That's really where that's coming from. He got Mars conjunct Saturn. That's dealing with him fighting against the government for his rights and claiming that, again, he's sovereign. He's just a hot mess. And what is that? Jupiter and Scorpio? Yeah, he got some demons on him for real. Yeah, but I'm not going to tarry on his chart. Tarry too long. I knew a girl named Nikki. I guess you could say she was a sex fiend. You see, as soon as I saw Jupiter and Scorpio, I started singing Darling Nikki. I met her at a hotel lobby, masturbating with a magazine. She said, how would you like to spend some time? And I could not resist when I saw little Nikki grind. Nikki. Woke up the next morning. Nikki wasn't there. I looked all over. All I found was a phone number on the stairs. She said, thank you for a funky time. Call me up whenever you want to grind. All right. Where we at? Okay, Daryl. Okay, let's get into this relationship situation. Who do y'all want to do first? Do y'all want to do Nia and Ime? Or do y'all want to do Tia and Corey? Do y'all want to do Nia or Tia? How can you just leave me standing alone in a world that's so cold? Maybe I'm just too demanding. Maybe I'm just like my father, too bold. Maybe I'm just like my mother. She's never satisfied. Why do we scream at each other? This is a good song for what we're about to get into. This is what it sounds like when doves cry. Mm-hmm. All right, a lot of people are saying Tia. Okay, we're going to take a vote. Let me do a new poll. Touch, if you will, my stomach. Feel how. So the poll ended with 23% relationship, 76% married. Single. Touch, if you will, my stomach. Wait a minute. Okay, so let's see. Who should I do first? Tia and Corey, or Nia and Ime? I think that's how I spell his name. Hey, melanated sun. Hey, mahogany. You got the butterflies all tied up. Don't make me chase you. Even doves that cry. All right, let's see where y'all at. Why do we scream? Why? This is what it sounds like. Okay, so far we got Tia and Corey, 48%. Nia and Ime. I was going to start with Nia and Ime first anyway. It just switched. Now we got Tia and Corey for 54%. Nia and Ime for 46%. Y'all want Tia and Corey? I wanted to say that one for the last because that's the juicier one. Oh, damn. Tia and Corey now 60%. Damn. I wanted to do Nia first. Tia and Corey, 58%. All right. Tia and Corey win. All right. So I'm going to have to skip forward. Hold on. Do I believe in God? Do I believe in me? Some people want to die so they can be free. Do you want to play? Dun, 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 dun. Controversy. Oh, I got another Prince story. I remember at work, one of my coworkers, Controversy came on by Prince. And you know how he'd be like, controversy? So this girl, my coworker, she was like, for the longest, I thought he said, fuck your pussy. I was like, come on, girl. But yeah, some people be butchering his lyrics now. Even Prince said one time, this lady said, what did she say? She said she thought he said, instead of dig, if you will, a picture, she thought that he said something. If I remember, I'll mention it. Hold on, let me find Tia and this dude. You got the butterflies all tied up. Don't make me chase you. Okay, you know we got to read about these two first. Okay, we're going to end the poll. Tia and Corey won. I will just say, I remember watching, I think it was like Architectural Digest, and Tia was showing her new home. Emphasis on her new home, because he did not seem like he was evenly yoked with Tia even back then. Like, it looked like she was calling the shots, and like that was her home, and he was just basically, staying for a long visit. That's what it kind of felt like. The vibe wasn't like totally like where they was like, this is our home. This was like, yeah, this is my home, and he's basically, my roommate type shit. That's the vibe I initially got. Now, because I'm trying to be more of a positive individual nowadays, I tried to give this relationship the benefit of the doubt. I tried to give Tia the benefit of the doubt, saying, you know what, Tia chose well. Look at her. I'm happy for these two. But honestly, I haven't really been like studying this couple. I really haven't seen them interacting with each other beyond that Architectural Digest episode. So y'all can let me know what vibes y'all been getting, or what information y'all have on this couple, what dirt y'all have seen. Didn't they do a reality show or something? Yes, he seemed like a tag along. Yes, and she does seem bossy. Okay, so let's get into this story. So according to People magazine, Tia Mowry files for divorce from husband of 14 years, Corey Hardrick. Now, before I finish with this article, let me just see if one or the both of them have anything at the 14th degree in their chart. Oops, my bad. Okay, that's Tia. Yup, she has her son at the 14th degree. There it is. It's a wrap. It is a wrap, honey. It's over. It's over. All right, let's look at him. Okay, that's Tia again. Hold on. put a fork in it. It's done. Does he have anything at the 14th degree? And I don't have a birth time for him, but I have a birth time for Tia. Another thing, I gotta mention a disclaimer, because Tia has a twin. Some of the aspects in her chart could play out through Tamara. Some of what's in her chart might be projected upon Tamara, her relationship, and vice versa. Now, sometimes they might have shared experiences with their men, but kind of like in a different way, shape, or form. And I am going to point out this one issue that really made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Because I also saw a little video with Tamara and her husband. And I wasn't really feeling that marriage at all. I was like, ooh, I didn't like Tamara's husband. I was like, Tamara's husband seemed creepy as hell, seemed like he's really controlling, and it seems like he kind of like treats her kind of like she's less than. I know he owns this vineyard and stuff like that. Well, the 14th degree deals with movement and challenge, number one. But the degrees in your chart matter, Alice. So every degree in your chart means something. And sometimes the degrees deal with the number of years you done been in something, you done endured some type of hardship or pain. And then with the sun representing a woman's husband, with Tia's sun being at the 14th degree, that fits in real well. So that explains, like, year 14, she's fed the fuck up. She's like, I'm done with this bullshit. I'm done taking care of this grown ass fucking man. I'm done being fucking embarrassed by his ass. I'm done with his nose always running because he always got that powder. No, let me stop. I got to be careful what I say, because from what I heard, homeboy is very much Sue happy. I saw a couple of channels where, this one dude had to, I think it was Storm Monroe. Didn't he have to shut down his live stream because somebody was threatening him or something when he wanted to talk about Miss Thang? And I'm not talking about Tia. All right, let's go back to this situation. So let's dig into her chart. So we're not going to get deep into each of these people's charts. What I'm really, presenting is the relationship problems, like the aspects that are showing problems in their relationship. So here they go right here. Tia Mowry and Corey Hardrick. They've been together for a very long time. They've been married for 14 years, but they've been together even longer. So let me go to this article real quick. So Tia Mowry and Corey Hardrick were married in 2008 and share son Cree 11 and daughter Cairo 4. It's a damn shame them kids are still rather young. So it's going to be, that divorce is probably going to be hard on the kids. Divorce is always, painful a lot of times, but it's really bad for the kids. Tia Mowry and husband Corey Hardrick are calling it quits after 14 years of marriage. On Tuesday, the sister Alum, 44, announced the couple split in a heartfelt Instagram post. I have always been honest with my fans, and today is no different. I wanted to share that Corey and I have decided to go our separate ways, she wrote alongside a black and white photo of the couple. These decisions are never easy, and not without sadness. We will maintain a friendship as we co-parent our beautiful children. The television personality continued, I am grateful for all the happy times we had together and want to thank my friends, family, and fans for your love and support as we start this new chapter moving forward in our lives. Why do these couples always got to make some public statement like that, knowing good and well they can't stand each other? Talking about, we're going to be friends and we're going to co-parent amicably and everything's just going to be so great. And watch, in a month, we're going to hear about how, she done burnt up his clothes or he done dragged her name through the mud and all this crazy stuff going to come out. But y'all acting like all shit's gravy. If shit was so gravy, y'all wouldn't be getting a divorce. So come on, let's stop. He can't stand her right now and she can't stand him. All right, moving on. What else they got to say about this? So it says, and they always be like, This celebrity always be like, this next chapter in my life. Bitch, you know your life has been interrupted right now and turned upside down. Just stop. Stop acting like this is some smooth exit, because usually divorces do not go smoothly like that. All right. Mowry also filed for divorce from her husband in Los Angeles on Tuesday, according to documents obtained by People. In the filing, which was first reported by TMZ, the actress cited irreconcilable differences, of course, typical, as the reason for the split. While a date of separation was not specified, she is requesting joint physical and legal custody of their children, 11-year-old Cree and 4-year-old daughter Cairo. These celebrities love to name their children Cairo or Egypt or some crazy city in the Far East or Africa or some shit. Now, the couple who tied the knot in 2008 have a prenuptial agreement, and Mowry is asking the judge to terminate spousal support, according to the documents. I don't mean to laugh. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Why wasn't that in the prenuptial agreement? So let me just reread this. The couple who tied the knot in 2008 have a prenuptial agreement, and Mowry is asking the judge to terminate spousal support, according to the document. So wait a minute, isn't a prenuptial agreement supposed to iron that shit out beforehand? So you know what she's doing. She's trying to protect her assets and her investments, because he's about to come for that bag. He's about to try to be like, you know, I need to live according to the life that I've grown accustomed to, and therefore she owes me $50,000 a month in spousal support. So a prenup is separate from spousal support? So a prenup isn't just about assets being divided up? So yeah, you know he's going to try to get some of what she has, and now she is, you know, regretting. She's probably kicking herself right now, saying, I should have never gave this bum a chance. See, this is why you can't build a man up. This is why, because shit like this happens. There's a number of female celebrities, especially female black celebrities, have, you know, gotten taken for a lot of what they have because they got with some dusty. And you could dress a dusty up as much as you try. You could put a little gold necklace around his dusty ass neck. You can, you know, pay for a barber every week to cut that dusty ass mop on top of his head, but it ain't going to change the fact that he's a dusty through and through. 14 years of dust. Hold on. Let me bring up the dust mascot. She had to endure 14 years of dust. Ain't enough pledge in dust. Ain't enough of that shit in the world. It's a damn shame. I really feel sorry for Tia, because I suffered a little bit from what she you know, has, that build a man syndrome, that United Way, what would you call that? Salvation Army type relationship. I just had to pull up the dust mascot right there. But yeah, 14 years of dust. And now she's at risk for having to come out of her pocket to support this dusty Negro for quite a while. Yeah, and you said that includes the years she spent with him before marriage. Let me just read the description for Pigpen. Where are we at? It says Pigpen is a human soil bank who raises a cloud of dust on a perfectly clean street and passes out gumdrops that are invariably black. Oh, I'm sorry. But if that's not a perfect representation of a dust bucket. But yeah, that's the mascot. So, we need to keep this in mind. Moving along. Okay. So again, here's her chart. She's a Scorpio rising. She got Pluto in Libra ruling her chart, which means that relationships, especially the challenges that they bring with power and control, will be a major theme. Where's Mars at? Mars is in Virgo, which is a build a man aspect. Lord have mercy. And it's in the ninth house, which is Salvation Army type shit. Oh, Lord Jesus, help me. Okay, so let's get into it. So again, with her chart, I'm just looking at relationship problems. Aspects, placements that are pointing to relationship problems. Let me get rid of this. Okay. So just coming out the gate, she got Sun and Jupiter in Cancer. So this is where I come in. Let me take this off for a minute. This is where I come in as an astrologer for my clients, right? Because they'll come to me and they'll have a chart and they'll have placements and stuff, and they think that shit's just there to look pretty. And then when I break down what that shit really means, like what type of man will come out of that, that conjunction, or this square, or this trying situation, then it's like they'd be like, oh, I see. Oh, damn, nobody ever told me that before. And it's like, yeah, because some people miss the obvious. Some shit is obvious, like staring you right in the face about the type of man you can attract, but you'll miss it if you don't know what to look for. So let's get into it. So again, something as benign as Sun conjunct Jupiter in Cancer can result in being prone to do too much for a man. Because again, in a woman's chart, the Sun is representing the man in her life, especially a husband. So prone to do too much for a man. This is ride or die energy with that Cancer. This is bottom bitch energy. Also, where she's prone to attract a very needy husband. Also, this is her giving a man a home with the Cancer theme. A very moody husband. A husband that wants a free for all or a free ride. A man with vagabond / drifter tendencies. A man that has issues with morals or ethics as well. Now, the Sun and Jupiter are squaring Pluto in Libra, and this produces great potential for infidelity. This can point to her husband's sexual indiscretion. Mind you, I'm not saying Corey right now. I'm just saying what she's liable to attract. And of course, if Corey fits the bill, then, right, it would fit right into there. So right now, I'm just painting the picture of the type of man she's liable to attract. So codependent relationship, severe balance. Oh, and here I do have Corey up in here, and I spelled his name wrong, but I got it right later. But codependent relationship, severe imbalance in marriage, where it's all about Corey's needs, again, because the Sun is representing her husband. The Sun is not just representing her life, it's representing her man, her husband, but also her children. This is why the Sun is so important in the chart. You'll have some of these new jack astrologers, because word be getting out. One of my students always be filling me in on all the bullshit that be spreading in the astrological community, especially on Twitter. And she was telling me about this one chick that was like, oh, you don't need to take your sun sign into account. And I'm like, oh, yes, you do. Like, some people have been misled by the, you'll hear, oh, it's about the whole chart. But they hear that, and then next thing you know, they're thinking, oh, well, the Sun is not that important. Yes, it is. The Sun is representing your life itself. But then when you really break it down and chop it up, the Sun is also representing the significant men in your life, starting with your father and ending with your husband if you get married, or just a significant male life partner. but it's also representing your children too. That alone, that means that sun is so freaking important. And isn't your children your life if you do care about your children, right? If you care about your children, you'll even sacrifice your own life to protect your children. That's the sun right there. So again, and you know how a woman can easily make a man her whole life? That's why we get so easily caught up in bullshit with men, is because the sun is representing that man in our life that we look up to, that we take pride in, that we love. We claim that, oh my God, he's the one for me type thing. He got my heart type thing. And the sun rules the heart. Do you see how crazy this shit can be? Especially when we're talking about this energy being in Cancer. Sun conjunct Jupiter in Cancer. Tia is likely to give her all, to give everything to this fucking man. And he's likely to not appreciate it. It's like it's never enough for him. So Corey got mommy issues with that Cancer energy. Or you could say she can attract a man with mommy issues. And she can also marry an effeminate or bitch-made man with that Cancer energy, especially with Jupiter augmenting the Cancer energy. Like this alone, just off of the rip, just off of that sun conjunct Jupiter, it could get ugly. Like with the type of man she attracts just with that conjunction, and then squaring Pluto and Libra, just off of that, just pack it up, because it ain't gonna work, Tia. Like any guy you get with, you gonna have to be real careful that he doesn't fit the bill like this dude, this jokester that you got with. Especially dealing with the mommy issues, because essentially she becomes his mommy, and then he looks outside of the marriage for a girlfriend or for whatever type of playmate, because you don't want to date your mother, do you? You don't want to be married to your mother, but you need a mother. That's his problem. Okay, here he is right here. He's smiling, but it seems like she's twisting his arm behind his back. You know what? She's like, you better smile for this camera. She seemed like the type when she get mad, she speak through her teeth. Corey, you better smile to this camera. I'm tired. Corey, just smile. We have to make it seem like we're together, Corey. All right, moving on. And I'm not putting it all on Corey, because that sun conjunct Jupiter can make Tia be very smothering, be all over him all the time. And come on, that gets tiring. So I'm not saying that, it's totally his fault, because she has her shit with her too, with that heavy Cancer energy she's dealing with. She probably couldn't keep her hands off him, like always like brushing the dust off his shoulder and shit. He's like, come on, Tia, I'm all right. Like, damn. All right, moving along. So Tia has Sun and Jupiter quincunx Neptune. Actually, let me correct that spelling. Okay. So again, if we're talking in general terms, but of course we're talking about Corey because that was her husband. So husband is prone to sneak around. And with the quincunx is representing all that you have to do to stick and move, or to maneuver, or to make sure you don't get caught. Husband trying to overcome an addiction has moments where the addiction takes over. Doesn't participate in family activities. And I've seen other people comment about this where, number one, he just doesn't seem like he's really interested in doing what the family's doing or doing what she wants to do sometimes. Sometimes during like interviews, it seems like he's just staring far off somewhere. You can even see it in some of the photos. Spending time away from home. There's a chance he could have been spending nights out. There may be times where he spends all day in bed or holed up in a room, and it could be because he's depressed. He can't find a job, and nobody wants to hire him. And, he can't pursue his career as an actor, and things are unfair. Also, Tia attempting to make the marriage work despite his addictions. So, this aspect is like, I'm going to paint the picture with this aspect. You know how you might be dealing with a lazy ass person, and let's say you cleaning up and they won't move and you got to vacuum around their ass. That's what I see that aspect like. He's just like a bump on a log at home sometimes. He ain't moving because he either high as shit or he's just in this fucking funk. And then she got to lift his feet up so she can vacuum underneath his damn legs and shit. Like, she's got to the point where she no longer even says anything to him. She just lifts his leg up, vacuums underneath. Yeah, vacuums up all his dust and shit. And be cursing under her breath like, this motherfucker, I can't stand his ass. You know what I mean? You know how, because the queen could deal with where, okay, I'm going to deal with you, but I don't like it. I'm going to deal with you, but I'm going to have to make some adjustments. We got to make some compromises. And basically with this is showing that Tia was bamboozled. Poor thing. But she kind of brought this on herself. Okay, so this is a big one right here. Let me change that spelling. I kept on putting an E in there. Now, she got Mars in Virgo, which is a big problem in and of itself if you don't know how to work that Mars and Virgo energy as a woman, and especially with it being conjoined to her midheaven. Now, in the benign sense, that's her meeting Corey through work. She first met him on the set of a movie that they were filming. You know, it was probably some little known film. You know, nobody ever watched that shit. I definitely never seen him before until he got with Tia. So I knew nothing of this man in terms of him being an actor. But he was an actor at some point, and she met him on the set of a film. So that's Mars and Virgo alone, but especially Mars conjunct midheaven. But if you have Mars conjoined to midheaven, that means that you're making your man your top priority. And it can even deal with where he becomes your job. Also, attracting a man who is in need of her help. See, with astrology, these placements, these aspects, they can either go one way or the other. So if you have Mars and Virgo as a woman, you need to just be dealing with men that are in a position to help you out a great deal. Because you can attract men that want to help you out and that will help you out. But then if you don't play your cards right, you could end up attracting a man that needs a lot of your help. And because she got Mars conjoined to her midheaven, because you also got to look at Mars as dealing with her too, her persona, her identity. She's the one that wants to call the shots, that wants to plan everything. And it's like, again, you can't have it both ways as a woman, unfortunately. If you want to be a boss bitch, if you want to be on top of things, if you want to maintain control, a lot of times you're not going to get with an alpha male dominant type of man that's handling business. You're going to get with some slack jawed, weak ass, dusty ass, ragamuffin, just professional victim, low life, loser, just miserable punk. I mean, that's what you're going to get. That's just the trade-off a lot of times. That shit with the power couple shit where both the man and the woman, they both real independent and powerful and all that, and they both bosses. A lot of times that's just shit of Hollywood. That's some movie shit. A lot of times that don't work out. One party usually has to be more submissive than the other. So if the woman wants to wear the pants, don't be surprised if the man is wearing the skirt. See, that's the problem with a lot of us women. We want to wear because I used to have the same problem when I was dealing with men. I wanted to wear the pants. I didn't think I did, but deep down inside I did. Because I got a Capricorn moon, Capricorn rising. And that moon's ruling my 7th house. So I'm the type of person where I need to maintain control. I need to be in control. But with that being said, I tend to attract men that are weak in some way. Because I'm not going to have some man wielding all this power and influence over me. It ain't happening. So I'm prone to attract these soft ass milk toast type of men. They might be hard on the outside, but they're marshmallow on the inside. So again, this is also dealing with a man who is never satisfied with himself or others. A man who is a great source of stress in her life. A man who is broken. Again, a man who becomes your job. A man with mental or physical health disorder with that Mars and Virgo. That's another thing. You got Mars and Virgo. Don't be surprised if you attract a man and he's sick, or you might marry him and then later in life he gets all sick and now you got to be his nurse, and not in the sexy way. I'm talking about where you got to wipe his ass and stuff. Who got time for that? All right. It just keeps getting worse with Tia. It really does. I mean, I really feel for the sister. I mean, she really needs to just stay single or be a lesbian, because this shit is just bad. It's just bad. She got Mars square Neptune, and some of y'all women, if y'all got Mars square Neptune, y'all might be familiar with some of these bullet points. So with Mars square Neptune, she can attract a man who has serious issues with addiction. She could attract a man who is secretly gay. I'm not saying Corey is, but I'm saying she got the hookup in her chart where she could attract that type of man. She could also attract a man that can't get it up or has erectile dysfunction. A man who is lazy, doesn't want to work. A man who is a fuck up, shoots himself in the foot. A man who is a source of shame or embarrassment. A man who can't get it up, and it could be due to drugs, so I got a little ahead of myself. A man who is miserable, plays the victim, a straight up loser. A man who engages in scandalous behavior. And a man who crosses sexual boundaries, and that could be sexually victimizing somebody. And again, I'm not saying that this is describing Corey for sure. I'm just saying Tia has the hookup in her chart that could result in attracting this type of man. Now, the man may not fulfill all of these bullet points, but he might fulfill some of them. This is ugly. This is terrible. Here's her chart again. Poor thing. And you could tell Tia is a good woman. Like, she's a good woman with a good heart. She got flaws like everybody else. And again, one of her main flaws is she wants to be the boss all the time. And you can't be like that when you're trying to be in that balanced relationship. It's very hard to have your cake and eat it too, especially when you're a woman. Don't let these modern women, don't let these Meg Thee Stallions and Cardi B's and all these people mislead y'all as women, especially young women out there, because y'all don't really know how the game works. The game has been rigged for women to lose. I hope you all understand that. See, now I got to talk to my sisters right now. Women, the game has been rigged for us to lose. It's still a man's world. We have to always take that into account when dealing with men. Men haven't changed as much as women have when it comes to standards. Men are still very traditional in terms of how they deal with women, how they see women, and men are still very predictable in terms of us being able to put them in categories. But we stopped doing that. We lowered our standards. We gave it up too easily. They get it all for free without having to really put down some serious money. I mean, come on now. The game is rigged for us to lose, and it keeps getting worse. So we need to really take our power back as women. And if you want to be a boss woman, you have to be in control. You have to be a boss all the way around. You can't get with some dude that's going, just fuck your shit up in a number of ways. Or have you, having a tear-stained pillow and shit. Or where, you don't even trust him around the kid. Let me stop. I'm going too far. Let me stop. All right, let me move on. Okay, Venus conjunct Saturn in Leo, with Venus ruling Tia's 7th house. So she got Taurus on the 7th house cusp. This is another thing to keep in mind, ladies, especially if you're about your bag, your coins. If you're a successful woman and you got Taurus on the 7th house cusp, there's always a chance that the person you get with could be getting with you for money, could be getting with you for financial security. So you always have to take that into account. So with that out the way, we have to look at Venus because it's ruling the 7th house. It's conjoining Saturn in Leo. So this is representing her meeting her partner through her work. Leo is the sign of the actor, and both of them being actors makes a lot of sense. So that's showing, okay, they have that commonality. That made it easy to bond with each other. But commonality does not equate to, harmony, especially long term. Now, also, she is apt to place a partner on a pedestal because Venus and Saturn are in the 9th house. Also, she could get with a partner that's opportunistic, with Venus conjoining Saturn. Also, love bombing. That Leo, Venus conjunct Saturn in Leo, especially in the 9th house, that's love bombing. So I'm pretty sure he bombed her in the beginning. And love bombing is a product of a narcissist. It's a ploy that a narcissist uses. A partner who has issues with disciplining children. I'm pretty sure they've had arguments throughout that marriage about the proper way to discipline their children. Also, this can deal with he acts like a child himself, and where Tia feels like she got to discipline him. Also, will put himself before his children, more than likely. Court case involving children with that knife house placement. So they might be in for an ugly custody battle. Here they go right here. Now, Tia is looking like, she got a smug look on her face. So this makes me think this is after one of the times where she had to discipline his ass. Don't she got that she got that look that mamas be having when, you had to kind of straighten out your child before y'all went into like the market or some store and somebody takes y'all picture and you got that smug look on your face like, yeah, I had to get in his ass to get him to act right. But everything's fine now. Don't she giving off that energy. And he looking like he got that defeated look on his face. Like, damn, I done fucked up. I thought I was going to get a free ride, but, she be constantly cracking that whip on me. Uh-huh. He wish he wasn't there. He really doesn't want to be there. You could tell. But she's making him because he's her representative. That's very much Venus conjoining Saturn too. Basically, a partner is your representative in terms of your image, your reputation, especially with it being in Leo. So it's like he always has to represent her, even if he doesn't want to. And that can wear on a guy after a while. So again, I'm not totally putting this on Corey. More about this Venus conjoining Saturn. So he needs a lot of attention. Again, this Venus-Saturn conjunction is very much representing her partner, in this case, Corey, and also the relationship itself. So he needs a lot of attention and validation. He's in constant need of narcissistic supply, prone to attract malignant narcissists. So this means that she's prone to attract malignant narcissists. It's that Saturn that's making that malignant part become real. A partner who's depressed, a partner who has a superiority complex, especially with that ninth house placement, a partner who is attracted to people who are, I gotta watch what I say, but this could be the case. And it's funny because I started seeing this in his chart and her chart before I saw this video where they were speculating that he was attracted to a certain population. And I was like, there it is right there. I'm not the only one that's seeing this shit. So this could be, again, this doesn't have to deal with Corey per se. It's showing that Tia could attract a partner who is attracted to people who are underage. Issues with the truth with that ninth house placement, issues with morals and ethics, also a free-for-all or free ride theme resurfaces with the ninth house placement. So again, he's coming to this relationship from an opportunistic standpoint. He's looking for a free-for-all with that ninth house placement of Venus and Saturn. And he needs a lot of narcissistic supply. And that started to wear upon Tia. And again, it's representing where she basically becomes, or he basically becomes her job. So her Venus and Saturn are squaring her ascendant. So this is basically representing a partner who does not involve himself with a lot of her activities. Also, her avoidance when it comes to addressing the elephant in the room, which is his issues. So again, this is how she was able to stay married to him for 14 years, because she would just avoid dealing with him a lot of times. Just like after a while, you become desensitized to a little bratty child. When they throw a tantrum, you just let them do it until they throw their head back and bump their head on the floor, and then maybe they'll, learn their lesson. Like, basically, she just learned to just not even deal with the issue. Tia feeling betrayed by a partner, and it could be due to an illicit love affair. Tia not giving a partner the attention that he so desperately needs. It's never enough. Also, her emotional turmoil due to being married to a narcissist. I put narcissistic, but narcissist. Okay, here they are again. Now, he looks a little happier on this occasion, and it could be because he saw somebody across the room that caught his eye. He definitely ain't happy about Tia. And again, Tia has that look on her face where it's like, yeah, I got this fool in line. I had to, backhand him a couple of times to get him straight. Yeah. She's the type where she'll be like, don't mind my husband. He just has that fragile look. Do y'all see what I mean? Like, he got that fragile look in his eyes, like he's gonna crack any moment. You say, nope, that's Xanax. I see the drug induced stupor, or what should I say, elation. That is drug induced, it seems. But he seems so fragile to me, like he's so ready to just crack. Like, she just says one little thing to him and he's ready to snap and then break down into tears. All right. So her Mercury is opposing Juno. So this right here can deal with damning information, shocking information that comes out about a partner or a spouse. Now remember, Tia never gave a real reason why she filed for divorce. She just said irreconcilable differences. But we all know that when it comes to divorce, there's usually some reason, some specific reason why a person has had enough. Yeah, yes. Yo, in all the pictures, his eyes look very glazed. He stays high. He does. And you can tell he got some serious emotional issue. You really can tell. But I'm gonna leave your comment up for a minute. But oh my God, don't get me started on this guy. Oh, y'all reading this before I even got into it. So again, this is the thing that I saw in her chart that really made me raise an eyebrow, not just for her, but for Tamara too, because a lot of these aspects are applying to Tamara's relationship too. And I told y'all I don't like her husband. Like, something about her husband that is not right. So she got Mars conjunct Hebe, and that can deal with her prone to getting with a man who is a child predator or who is attracted to underage individuals. If y'all see my other videos, you know I'm always harping on Hebe. Hebe is that dead ringer. Hebe is that red flag that you look for when it comes to whether somebody's capable of doing the dirty deed. So could be she attracts a guy that's into virgins in particular due to Virgo influence. Wait a minute, wasn't there some virginity going on? Didn't he take her virginity? I shouldn't say take. What's the right word to say? Wasn't Tia a virgin when she got with him? Yup, the heebie-jeebies. There it goes. Please, somebody confirm this. I think Tia was a virgin. I think he was her first, wasn't he? First of all, Tia doesn't seem like she's that sexual, even with that Scorpio rising. You know, that Scorpio rising can be put into other activities. So she was. So that makes sense. So she could attract a guy that wants more virgins, if you get what I'm saying. You said all Scorpios like virgins because of their backstory. So, this can also just deal with destroying innocence and could attract a man who will abuse his own children. Now, I'm not saying that's what's his face is doing. I'm not saying that at all. Again, we're talking about Tia's chart alone. So this just shows that she has to be very careful of the type of man that she gets with, because she could attract some of the worst, especially since she has Mars square Neptune, which can deal with a man that does something very shameful, that brings shame upon her and her family. And then she has Moon semi square Mars. So Tia's mother may not be fond of her man. Also, her man not attending family functions due to insecurities or just being of sour disposition. Because again, that Mars is in Virgo, and that could be a man that always got some problem with something or somebody. He may not help out around the house, attracting a man who is not really into women like that. Attracting a man who has mommy issues, also issues with housing. Here they go right here. Okay, right here. Now it looks like he got the best of her on this occasion. Now it looked like he done said some foul shit to her before they, got out the car and went into this event. And you see her facial expression. You can see the tension all up in these pictures. Look at her facial expression. It looks like she's smiling a little bit, but you can tell she's pissed off behind the eyes. And he has this, look of satisfaction on his face, like, yeah, I really got her tonight. I got her goose. Yeah, she ain't feeling so confident now. He probably said, babe, your breath stinks. He probably said some foul shit to her that ruins her whole night. And you can see it in this picture. Or he might have said something about her weight. He might have been like, damn, you looking kind of hippie tonight, or something like that. Next thing you know, her confidence go out the window. And when you got Venus conjoined Saturn like she does, with that Venus representing him, and that Saturn, he is the type that might try to take her down a peg or two because he's jealous. Here, now let's get into his chart. So he's a Scorpio, November 9th, 1979. So they're around the same age. She's about 2 years older than him, with her being born in 77. So let's take a dive into his chart real quick. So again, we're talking about relationship problems, infidelity, divorce aspects in the chart. So he has Sun conjunct Uranus in Scorpio. That alone can be problematic, especially for a modern day male, because there's too many sensual delights out there. There's too much temptation out there for him to be a good husband with that conjunction, unless he has a wife that's very much willing to let him do whatever he wants. So that Sun conjunct Uranus in Scorpio can make him very willful. Also, he could be phony in some way. Like every time he's showing up to these events with her with a smile on his face, that's him being phony, because he really don't want to be there. Also, this can produce vagabond tendencies, but he would call it bohemian. Bohemian is just a euphemism for bum or vagabond, or somebody that's just a drifter, or they have no direction in life or whatever. But yeah, he would consider himself bohemian, but he's really a vagabond with that Sun conjunct Uranus conjunction. Dust storm tendencies with that Sun conjunct Uranus, because at the end of the day, that's the United Way aspect. Hey, Leisha, how you doing? So my patrons will remember, and I think I might have posted this video to YouTube too, about Salvation Army United Way relationships, or Salvation Army United Way aspects in a chart. So Sun conjunct Uranus in Scorpio, that's United Way type shit all day. So he expects people to be totally unified with him, so he don't have to work hard, or he don't have to, put himself out there too much. He wants to be unified with someone for support. Could be utterly dependent upon other people. So also he's entitled, wants to be viewed as special even without producing anything of lasting value, because we're talking about Scorpio. You know, Scorpio can be a parasite. They can leech off of others. Also, flash in a pan, fly by night, success. So sudden success, because Uranus can deal with things that come upon you suddenly, but it can also deal with sudden destruction or sudden death as well. With Uranus and Scorpio conjoined to his sun, that's sudden death, or you could say sudden obscurity. Does anybody ever remember seeing this guy acting in a movie or acting on a television show? Has anybody ever seen his work? I don't even know who this guy is, but they claim that he was an actor. But that's what I mean. He's done sunk it into obscurity, and now he got a problem with it. Also, him just being a strange character, unpredictable. Oh, he was in The Child. Okay, thanks, Abu. Well, at least he was in something that somebody remembers. Dr. Kid said he was an extra. Well, basically, oh man, you gonna make me empty my bladder. See, when you get to be my age and you got 3 kids, Lord have mercy, your bladder be weak as hell. That's why I can't laugh that much. Oh, and I got a root beer in the refrigerator. But look, the fact that he was an extra, that could be very Sun conjunct Uranus in Scorpio too. Like, you are extra, you're an understudy. And are you talking about the bladder issues? It's terrible. I might need Depends when I'm in my 50s. It's bad, man. Sometimes you can't cough, you can't sneeze, you can't laugh hard without that shit. And it's so bad with me where as soon as I might feel like I don't have to pee at all, right? But if I walk near a toilet, that bladder be ready to just unleash, like, and I gotta hurry up and scramble and pull down that just shows you, again, age combined with having 3 children naturally. Yeah, your bladder is gonna suffer. It's a damn shame. You said I gotta do some Kegels. Kegels never worked for me because I get horny. I'm sorry. I know that's TMI, but I can't do the Kegels because I would want a man to finish the job after that. Dr. Kid said, you got to go to the Hollywood coochie doctor. He will give you a new kitty. You got the same issue too, Tiffany. Ain't it terrible? That's something that our mamas don't talk to us about until we've already gotten pregnant, maybe, or had our 3rd child. Then they'd be like, oh yeah, you didn't know? I'd be like, well, it'd be nice if you would have told me, Mom. Maybe I wouldn't have had children at all if I knew my bladder would be all fucked up. But that's the price we gotta pay. It's a damn shame. It's a shame the way you mess around with my mind. Okay, so Sun conjunct Uranus, not in all cases, but in some cases can produce a pervert. And we have to take into account that this conjunction is in Scorpio. And because he was raised during the time that he was, we're at that age, we're at that golden age where we just be giving them golden showers freely. We'd be like, who else want one? It's terrible, man. I can't even imagine when I hit 50. Jupiter Gone Wild says the only major issue I have is joint and muscle pain. Remember that commercial? I haven't got time for the pain. What drug was that? Where they were like, I haven't got time for the pain. All right. So yeah, he could be a pervert again, especially when you take into account that this conjunction is in Scorpio. And we have to take into account the time period that he grew up in where porn was just ever flowing and where he had his, choice of whatever that he could indulge his little dirty mind in. And that could just make him very difficult too, unreasonable. Okay, this right here. Now, this one, I actually feel sorry for him. Don't it look like he's like crying out inside for help? Doesn't it look like he's really rethinking his life decisions? He's really realizing at this point that he's made a major mistake. Now, just check out their outfits. This just shows this photo tells you a lot about Tia. and how Tia works. You know she picked that outfit out for him. I believe she picks out all his clothes. Because no, I don't believe no man is going to say, "Oh, babe, let's wear matching velvet outfit." Is that velvet or velour? Whichever one. Fuzzy shit. Most men aren't going to say, "Come on, we going to dress alike. We both going to wear velvet tonight." First of all, that's just too much velvet going on, which makes me really question Tia's fashion, decision making. I got Venus and Libra. I do consider myself to be a little of a fashionista, even though I don't really, do that shit anymore. I don't get dressed up like that anymore, but I still know what looks good. I know what's appropriate. I know what can be too much. And when you got you and your man wearing velvet or velour, that's too much. But again, this is Tia's way of maintaining control. And again, he's her representative. So he's going to dress accordingly as she wants him to dress. And again, this is just sad because, again, you could tell he didn't choose that. Yes, he had to wear it. And again, she got that look on her face. She like, yeah, I made him wear this. I'm the boss. See, Royalty said, I love a good matching outfit, but I know I'm a control freak. You see what I mean? See, it's little subtleties like this that people miss. This is why we always have to pay attention to the nuances, because you might miss something. This is a very important detail right here. The fact that she dressed him and had them looking, wearing the same material. And again, I'm hot. I already run hot, but I'm real hot looking at them wearing the velvet together. It's just one person wearing velvet is enough. But now y'all got me hot. My temperature's up. I need some ice. I need a root beer because, damn, that's just too much velvet. Uh-oh. Hey, Queen Dara. You said the fact he blocked Storm Monroe's interview on here. I don't know who leaked the info to the press. I know. I was like, something's up with that. He definitely don't want. But again, he has that vulnerable look. He has that help me look. Like if he could put up a help me sign, he would. He has that look where he's attached to a ball and chain. She's his ball and chain. Siobhan said the clothes on his back, she bought them. The car he driving, she bought it. Mm-hmm. Independent. All right, moving on. So his Mars is in Leo. So with Mars and Leo, that could be a red flag in and of itself when dealing with a man. Me personally, I wouldn't deal with a man that has Mars and Leo. That's just too much ego. A Leo sun man is egotistical enough, but Mars and Leo can be a bit, not even a bit, can be even worse with the egotism. So already that's a problem. That's problematic in my book. Now, with his Mars and Leo, the ego can get the best of him, or his ego can get the best of him. He's prone to create drama where none even exists. Conflicts with children. At one point, he might be fighting to see his children through the divorce. He can be childish himself, and there's a potential for him to be attracted to youth, whether it's youthful looking adults or people that are on that borderline of 18, barely legal type shit, or maybe even where it's 16, 17 maybe. And again, this is speculation on my part because I got to cover my ass on the legal end. I'm not saying he's definitely like this, but I'm saying the potential is there. After all, the natal chart is showing potential. But we know that human nature is very predictable. Mars square Uranus. This is a serious one. This is another red flag. I wouldn't deal with a man that had Mars square Uranus. Y'all might want to deal with a man that has Mars square Uranus, but that's where I draw the line. There's some aspects where I'm just like, nope, it ain't gonna work. I don't even want to deal with you. So Mars square Uranus can manifest as sexual perversions, and with Mars being in Leo, it could be with underage people, perhaps. conflict with outwardly expressing his true sexuality. You have a lot of closeted homosexual men that have Mars square Uranus. That means that they're not comfortable. They don't want to come out with it. Also, this could be a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde persona. Unpredictable, rebellious, unreasonable, goes to extremes, conflicts with friends, associates. He could have some friends and associates that are negative influences upon him. Jupiter Gone Wild said, Corey looked like he would snatch your wig off and run just for, oh, Jupiter Gone Wild. I've been responding to your emails, but they've been coming back undeliverable. So you got to check your email account. Because I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you. I've been responding, but they keep coming back undeliverable. You know how it'd be like mailer demon? Why is it called demon? Always, I'd be like, But yeah, they're just telling you the truth about who's really running the internet. Okay, moving along. Now he got moon in Cancer. That's another red flag for me. Maybe not for y'all, but for me, I really don't want to deal with a man that has moon in Cancer. So this is where he's needing a woman. Pay attention to this, right? Because some of us, we want to be needed, but some of us want to be wanted. What would y'all want? Let's do another poll real quick. Let me put it back on the picture. Okay, we're gonna do another poll real quick. What would you rather have? What do you want? And then we're going to do one more. We're going to do a neutral one. Okay. And then y'all can tell me why. So here's the next poll, y'all. Here's the next relationship poll. This is in relationship wise. What do you want? Do you want to be wanted? Do you want to be needed? Or both? In a relationship, that is. How do you want it? How do you feel? All right, so we got 67% to be wanted, 4% to be needed, 29% said both. Kawaii Honey said both. Jupiter Gone Wild said I want both. New Eye said both. Okay, so both is growing in terms of percentage. We got 34% saying both, 63% saying to be wanted. Only 3% is saying they want to be needed. That's the Cancers. Cancers in there are saying they want to be needed. Yes, want you to want me, baby, just like I want you. You notice Marvin Gaye, he didn't say I need you. He said I want you. Yeah, don't Mailer Demon look creamy? Yeah. Marvin Gaye said I want you. He didn't say I need you. Don't I want you sound even, don't I want you sound sexier than I need you? I need you sound desperate. I'd rather a man say I want you. I want you the right way, and I want you, but I want you to want me too. See, with want, you can walk away. I like want better. You can walk away. With need, you have a hard time walking away. Now you're dealing with this codependency stuff. Want you to want me, baby. All right, yes. Even Prince, what did he say? I want to be your lover. He didn't say I need to be your lover. He said I want to be your lover. He said I want to be the only one you come for. He didn't say I need to be your lover. He said I want to. That's so much more sexier, and that means that you have more confidence. Not I need. All right, so let's get back into it. So let's see again. We got 63% saying to be wanted, 2% saying to be needed, and 35% said both. All right. Remember Keith Sweat, I wanna. He didn't say I need her. What songs are out there where they talk about I need? Oh, okay, I lied. There is a good song where they said, okay, Method Man, you're all I need. You're all I, but even with that, they're saying you're all I need to get by. They're not really saying I need you like, I need you like oxygen. They're just saying you're all I need to get by. Like sweet morning dew, I took one look at you, and it was plain to see you were my destiny. With arms open wide, I threw away my pride. I sacrificed for you, dedicate my life to you. All right. Okay, let's get back into it. Okay, so we are. Oh, wait a minute. Did we talk about that moon and Cancer? Okay, yeah, that's why I got on the tangent about needing. Because again, with his moon in Cancer, it's not like he wants a woman. He needs a woman. And that's one of the reasons why moon in Cancer can be problematic. Because it's like you don't want a woman, you need a woman. And needing is not the same as wanting. Like, you need your mother. You don't want a mother, you need your mother. You know what I mean? So he has this thing where he needs a mommy instead of a mate. And you have quite a few Cancer moon men that are like that. Or where they just need a woman so bad that they can't function properly without one. So being moody, crabby, hypersensitive, oh my God, I bet you he is a bitch on wheels at home. All in his feelings, behaves according to his feelings. So if he don't feel like doing something, if he don't feel like showing up and representing, he's going to give her a big problem about that shit. He going to be stomping around, huffing and puffing. He won't comb his hair on purpose. Won't wash his ass just so, he embarrasses her and shit at times. So needs nurturing, coddling, cradling. So when he's all in the mood, he wants her to be like, oh, baby, what's wrong? A homebody clings to the familiar too much. And that could be impeding him from being successful in his acting career because he doesn't have range. He probably lacks range as an actor. Prejudice and myopic. All right, Moon square Pluto. This is another problematic aspect. So with Moon square Pluto, he could harbor resentment towards his woman, in this case Tia. And again, this is what happens when you try to raise a man child into a full-grown man. If even if you're successful, he's going to end up resenting you more than likely because he's mad that he couldn't do it himself. He's mad that he had to resort to allowing a woman to raise him. And usually this resentment is stemming from the resentment he has from his mother. Also hatred of women. And again, this could stem from his mother. Now, he may not hate women all the time, but there might be some things that he just really hates about women. He might think that women have it easier than men. Trust and believe, there's men out there that are jealous of us women because they think we have it easier, and we really don't. It's just that we have different experiences than men. I think that both men and women have it hard in life. I mean, I think women have it a little bit harder, but there are some men that really think that women have it easy because we got a coochie between our legs and all we got to do is offer it up and we can get anything we want. It's not that damn easy. We don't have it like that. And a lot of the men that are willing to do for us, if we give them a little cootie coo, they're men we don't want to be with anyway. So he may not have felt wanted or valued by his mother. That's a common theme that everybody, well, I can't say everybody, a lot of people with Moon square Pluto have, where at some point or maybe all the way, they might have questioned if their mother really wanted them, or if their mother, they might feel like they're just in the way, in their mother's way. They may not get that individualized love and attention from their mother. There might be even some resentment on the mother's part for that child being there. So Also, he could attract a controlling woman. Issues with control is likely. Being jealous of his woman. Operating undercover. His woman is often suspicious of his behavior. Problems with housing, and we know that he had a rough start as a young adult. Avoidant personality. So this aspect is coming into play when it comes down to doing family events, going to family, outings and stuff like that. A lot of times he's not going, or he might be really dragging his feet when it comes to showing up. Cherry Bell, your ex had vagina envy. Hold on, let me highlight your comment. Where you at? You said Robbie spitting facts. My ex said, cause I had a vagina, had it easier. He's horrible. Found out loads about him recently. Yeah, some of these men got a vagina envy. They really do. So operating undercover. Oh, I already said that. So avoidant personality, tumultuous emotion. And sometimes some people with Moon Square Pluto, they might feel that people, like when they go out, people are like either looking at them in a negative way, and that can cause them to like be very avoidant as well. Tumultuous emotions, having meltdowns, losing it. I would agree. He is ungrateful, as you'll see in a minute. Okay, here he is right here. It look like, he's in very much childlike mode. This is man child right here that we're getting this vibe, with the little beanie hat or the knitted hat. And, she's looking at him like, I can't believe you just said that. You fucking idiot. Like, she's looking like, this is like secondhand embarrassment she's dealing with right here. And she looks like she's cringing, but trying to like make it seem like everything's okay. Yeah, I don't like the sister's husband. Hey, Night Rider Cafe, another diggable planet. I don't like the sister's husband either. But yeah, it looked like he done got finished saying some real stupid shit, and now she's looking at him like, I can't believe him. I can't believe this. Yeah, he on timeout. Yes, exactly. She like, wait till we get home, or maybe they're already home. But she's like, yeah, wait till these cameras stop rolling. He's in timeout. Exactly. And he even has it on his face like, oh shit. Damn, I should have never just said that. Right? Fix your face. Roma said he just looks off. Kawhi said in this interview he was talking over her. I guess he got some balls that day. I guess, he was like, feeling a little manly that day. But you see, body language is everything. Do you see his shoulders? Those shoulders are not the sign of a relaxed man, a man that's relaxed, a man that's comfortable in his skin, a man that's comfortable with his wife even. Look at it. He's all hunched up. He's tense. And it's like he finally, like Tia finally allowed him to, say some things. And now he's all tense. Look at them shoulders. She had to give him a neck rub when they got home. Yeah, exactly. Protecting that. That's a good way of putting it, Amira. That's insecurity right there. Yup, he's not a high value man and he knows it. And she knows it. And it's like both of them, they just understand. At this point, they already realize the marriage has failed. And they're just, playing a role at this point. All right, moving on. So he has Mercury and Venus in Sagittarius squaring the Pisces South Node. So you have to keep in mind that Venus rules relationships, but also the type of women that he can get with, how the woman could be treating him, how he could be dealing with this woman, and how it's interacting or conflicting with his Pisces South Node. So this can make him prone to lie, cheat, and steal. And this includes in a relationship. Also, lies being brought out into the open, and it could be in the form of videos because of that South Node in Pisces. So she might have stumbled upon some videos or pictures on his phone or computer, with Mercury in the mix. She might have found some messages, some like real, like, shady shit, some real questionable shit. Also, he could drink or take drugs excessively. Also, he will be vague, evasive, and passive in a relationship. He may complain that Tia doesn't let him get enough sleep, even. I bet you that's the case. Don't she seem like the type that will wake your ass up in the middle of the night just to tell you something? Oh, Corey, I forgot to tell you. The dog needs to go to the vet tomorrow. And she'll do that shit as a form of psychological torture. Because again, Tia is not a weak woman. I don't want y'all to think that I'm saying she's a weak woman by getting with this man. She's a powerful woman that likes to be a boss. And let's make no mistake, she's a Scorpio rising, which means that she could start resorting to doing some underhanded shit, like making sure he don't get a restful sleep at night. Oh, Corey, I heard some noise downstairs. Can you go check it out? Knowing good and well she didn't hear shit. She just making that fool miserable because, again, she's fed up. Corey, can you scratch my back right here? It really itches. I'm sorry I woke you up. Here, please. She was putting that man through it. She really was. But again, he was asking for it. Like, I mean, they're just not meant to be together. We didn't even get into the synastry yet. So, again, he may complain that Tia does not let him get enough sleep, because when you got that Sagittarius clashing with Pisces, a lot of times your sleep is suffering. So when Venus is in Sag, you got to ask yourself, that's the woman in his life not letting him get sleep. And then with Venus conjoining Mercury, that's her talking in his ear. That's her waking him up. Corey, can we talk? That type shit. See, part of me sympathizes with Corey. Part of me doesn't. So I sympathize with Corey on the sleep thing because I dealt with an ex that would wake me up in the middle of the night just to argue, or that would keep me from going to sleep just to argue. And that will drive you insane. You'll start plotting this person's demise. I'll just say that, because once a person starts fucking with your sleep, that's it. Or for me, that's it. Like, I want to put on my boxing gloves, like, for real. And Sagittarius is the insomniac. So, yeah, I bet you anything, she wasn't letting this guy have a decent night's sleep. I bet you if Tia could watch this, I would love for her to see this video, but I bet you her eyes would, she already can make her eyes real big. Her eyes would be big as shit right now, because she like, damn, this bitch is reading me. How the fuck she know this shit? Because I know Tia, I know how this shit works. Again, she's a Scorpio rising, which means she could be manipulative when she wants to be. And she can get the best of him in some real, underhanded way where he don't even realize what's going on. All right, moving on. So he feels that she is overbearing and too hype. Now, y'all already know Tia can get real hype about stuff. So I can see how Tia could be a little annoying. Tia is the one that's the more happy-go-lucky, upbeat one, where Tamara has always been the more serious, kind of somber one. So I bet you Tamara even be getting sick of Tia. And she probably be telling Tia, will you, calm down? So her being very overbearing, too hype, I know it's just, because again, with that Pisces South node, Corey's inclined to be very, chill and laid back and kind of just I'm going to just mellow out. I'm going to zone out, and here she come. Corey! Oh my God, Corey, look at this. Look what I got the kids. Oh my God, shut up. So yeah, I kind of feel for Corey on some respects, to some respect. All right, move on. Moon in Cancer, quincunx Neptune in Sagittarius. So with this, he could have spent a lot of time away from home at one time or another. He may be using Tia as a beard, so that's another possibility. This can manifest as episodes of homelessness. So after this divorce, he might go downhill and he might be in need of a home, and He might do something strange for a piece of change or for a roof over his head. Who knows? Drugs or alcohol creates a significant change in his behavior. Also, he's the type that will leave his woman stranded somewhere. I just know with that aspect, you can't really trust him. You can't count on him that he's going to pick you up on time. You might be left on the side of the road somewhere because he overslept, because he totally like forgot he was supposed to pick the kids up from daycare. Like, he's that type of dude. Like, will totally neglect his family responsibilities, his household duties, because he's high, or he's like just in another world, or he's just smelling himself or whatever. So with that aspect, he's somebody that I like to say, you know, with certain adults, they'll have some aspects in their chart where I'd be like, they need supervision. Like, there's some adults that really shouldn't be left to their own devices, and he's one of them with that moon quincunx Neptune. Also, can be totally inconsiderate or blind to his wife's needs. So that goes along with what I'm saying. Like, he drops the ball a lot, pretty much. Sleeping in separate rooms, they probably have been doing that for like the past 5 or more years. Also, a wife who won't let him be. So again, this is where I'm putting it on Tia. This is where a wife may not let him be, won't leave him alone. Again, may not even let him sleep at times. And again, that's a form of mental torture. I'm your private dancer, dancer for money. Do what you want me to do. I'm your private dancer. You got me going, queen. Dancer for money. Any old music will do. Yes. I'm your private dancer. I might have to hear that tonight. Dutch marks or dollars. American Express will do nicely, thank you. Let me loosen up your collar. Tell me, do you want to see me do the shimmy again? Oh, I love that video. You brought me back to the 80s, yes. I'm your private dancer. Okay, that video was deep as shit because here I go with my little segue. But anyway, that video was deep as shit to me as a kid because, you know, as a kid, you don't really pick up on all the sexual innuendos in those songs back then. But I knew it was something dealing with like getting some change for doing something strange. Like, I knew that back then, but I still kind of saw it as something innocent, I guess you could say. And it was like, to me, it was like the sadness that was overshadowing the video. And in the video, Tina Turner does look like she don't want to be there. But yeah, that was some deep shit. Prostitution. Private dancer. All right. Poor Corey. He was not getting... And honestly, he does look like... Let's go back to one of the pictures, because it's going to make things clearer what I'm saying about this lack of sleep. Don't he look kind of sleep deprived? Now, Adrian, I know you were saying, you know, his eyes are glazy, could be the drugs, but we also got to take into account that it could be because he's also sleep deprived. You know how when you're sleep deprived and you end up having kind of like that crazed look in your eye? You don't know whether you're coming or going anymore. Look, and she got that look on her face, that smirk, like, yeah, I kept this fool up all night, and then I made him put on this velvet jacket, and I know he's hot as shit, and I don't give a fuck because I'm over this fool. She got that look on her face, like, and she probably called Tamara, like, yeah, he didn't sleep a wink last night. She the type that'll get in the bed with cold ass feet and rub them on his legs, waking him up and shit. She the type that always brings the kids into the bed. She has the family bed and shit. He don't get no room on that bed. His ass be falling on the floor in the middle of the sleep. Yeah, oh my God. She was putting this fool through it. And that shit might come out in the divorce proceeding. He might be like, I'm a victim of mental torture. What do they call that? What do they call that in the divorce? They be like mental cruelty. That's what they call it. He gonna accuse her of mental cruelty. He would be like, Your Honor, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I couldn't think. Ooh, okay, let me stop. Okay, moving on, because I still gotta get into Nia Long. Okay, so I already did that Mars and Leo. More about Tia's bullshit. Hold on. Wait. Okay, so we got that. So she is overbearing too hype. Let me see. Okay, so we got with that one. Okay, so he has moon. This one right here. This is the clincher, y'all. He got moon opposition Sappho. So he may be using a woman to hide his sexuality. That right there can be a beard aspect right there. Juno at 26 degrees Cancer conjoined to Tia's moon. So Tia's moon is conjoined to his Juno. Now, on the surface, you could be like, "Oh, that means that we're meant to be together because my moon is conjoined to his Juno." You know, that's that watered down astrology. But on the real, that's basically she's totally fitting the bill for some of his relationship issues, because that's what you want to look at Juno for. More so relationship issues than just the relationship itself. So again, that whole wanting a mother instead of a mate theme resurfaces. Also, where he could be opportunistic, that's where that 26 is coming from when it comes to women, such as using a woman for a home or for food. Also, again, it could play out as Tia being his beard. I'm just saying. Okay, here they are right here. You can tell this is another situation where she dressed him, and it looked like that jacket's a little too tight for him up in the like shoulders area. I wore the shirt too. Like he looks like he's choking, like he can't breathe. He can't swallow. But that's how she wants him. Oh, good night, Andrew. Good night. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, catch the playback. But talk about yoke the joker. That's what this picture is showing. That's what this picture is giving. Now she looks great right there. I love that dress. He looks good too. But again, we know that he didn't pick that outfit out. She chose it because it's about her life and her lifestyle and her story at the end of the day. And again, that's where I'm saying this ain't all on Corey. This is, and if Corey was watching this, he'd be like, "Yeah, this bitch know what the hell she talking about. I had to go through hell dealing with this bitch." So Corey would be shaking his head like, "Yeah, yeah, I'm not the boogeyman." He'd be like, "I'm not the only one in this that was problematic." So yeah, so she has to make sure that he is the perfect representative for her. So she's going to make sure that he's wearing what she wants him to wear and that they're well coordinated and all this stuff. And I actually think she did a good job picking out the outfit for him, as much as she could, because it does provide a nice contrast. So you see before where she had them both wearing velour or velvet. Well, here she has more of a better contrast. Like here, it looks like they're going to go to some convention, some political event. It seems like maybe. So I'll say this isn't too bad. It does look like it's one of the nights where they didn't really get into an argument in the car. It looks like they, might have, were getting along pretty well. But it could be, if you look, he's kind of looking in the distance. So he might have, some little young slimmy could have caught his eye across the room, because it does look like, don't it kind of look like he's looking off in the distance, like he's seeing somebody else that catches his eye. It ain't really about her tonight. It's about that little 16-year-old dude in the corner. Look, let me stop. I'm just speculating. I'm just making jokes. I'm not saying that's what's really going on. But he doesn't seem like he's fully there. He seems content in this picture, but it seems like his mind is not on her, and it seems like it's not on this event. He seems intrigued, and again, and it could deal with somebody that he's looking at across the room like, yeah, I'm going to go holler at that later. All right, so let's get into their synastry. So we, finished the chart part. Let's get into the synastry. So Corey's Mercury and Venus are squaring Tia's Mars and Virgo, and with these squares, Tia's nagging and nitpicking drives him crazy. Because again, Mars and Virgo people can drive anybody crazy. They'll drive Helen Keller crazy. Tia's attempting to monitor Corey's activities. Tia can be a killjoy with her criticism. So next thing you know, Corey's feeling good about himself. He dressed himself on a particular day, and then she walks into the room and she's like, Corey, are you really going to wear that? No, wear this instead. And now, she done totally deflated his esteem. Also, Corey is probably messy, and this greatly irritates Tia. Corey is inattentive and inconsistent, which makes Tia mad. Also, this can produce sexual problems, especially Venus square Mars in particular. Corey's free-willing nature makes Tia insecure. Now, with Venus square Mars on a sexual level, with Mars being in Virgo, Tia could have a problem with Corey not being there mentally during the sex act, or where his technique just ain't right. She might feel like she got to train him. Also, Corey's free-willing nature makes Tia feel insecure. Corey has a problem being on time and adhering to schedules. So these are some of the aspects where they could be doing a lot of bickering, where there could be a lot of complaints, insults being hurled back and forth, anger, especially on Tia's part. Corey's Mars is conjoined to Tia's Venus and Saturn, and this is a potentially problematic aspect because it basically means that Corey is activating this conjunction in the form of a man that enables her to still be in control. So again, he fit right into her whole framework of her needing to maintain control. But of course, like I was saying, this often backfires for women. I had the same issue. I didn't have this same hookup like astrologically, but control issues can be shown in a number of ways in the chart. So this is where I can relate to Tia, where I want to be a boss lady. I want to be in control of my destiny and in control of my life. So I tend to attract men that are weaker than me or that are below my standards. Or I'll just say my standards would be pretty low. So also Tia was his meal ticket. This aspect is evident that he basically got with her for either to boost his acting career, but also for, him to be taken care of. Love bombing her in the beginning. So remember I said that Venus and Saturn and Leo in the 9th house, that's a partner love bombing her in the beginning. So his Mars being conjoined to Venus and Saturn, that's just activating that love bombing. So it's showing that, yeah, he was doing that shit. And that's what reeled her in the beginning. Relationship is not balanced with Corey dominating, even if it's in a passive aggressive manner. And also the fact that she was a virgin when they got together and he took her virginity, that puts her in a vulnerable position, especially if she looked at her virginity as something sacred. Also, relationship is not balanced with Corey dominating, even if it's in a passive aggressive manner. Also, and that passive aggressiveness, that can be almost as bad as somebody being aggressive in terms of dominating, because you could be passive aggressive and just sit on your hands and not do a damn thing. And that could be very frustrating for the other person. Also, he will probably try to get spousal support despite the decree, or despite her, asking the judge to throw out the whole spousal support. With a man's Mars on a woman's Venus, it could mean that he wants to dominate her in a number of ways, but it could also be a man that's going after her money. And that's what that's dealing with. So don't be surprised if he tries to get the judge to still grant the spousal support in his favor. Here they go right here. So it looked like he was on his best behavior that week. Doesn't he look kind of proud of himself right here? He was like, I didn't make mommy mad this week. I did a good job. And she gave him a little star, and she gave him a cookie, and she let him pick out his clothes on that day. And she was like, you did a real good job this week, Corey. I'm proud of you. Aren't they giving off that vibe right there? And he's like, hey, maybe this will work. Maybe I can deal with this. He's like, this ain't that bad. But his fashion choice, you could tell he dressed himself that day. Look, the inside of the jacket is all coming out or something. Like, nah, bruh. You need to just continue to let Tia dress you, because you said he looks ugly. Maybe she allowed him to, get juice before he went to the event that night or something. But yeah, I'll just say he looks proud of himself. She looks proud. She was like, yes, it was a good week. Okay, moving along. Okay, so Corey's Mars and Leo square Tia's Scorpio ascendant. This one could be potentially ugly. So Corey tries to dominate Tia, which makes her resort to manipulation and underhanded tactics. So remember I said she'd be waking him up in the middle of the night, putting her cold ass feet. And, she don't even exfoliate her feet before doing that too. So her feet are kind of rough and cold. And she puts them cold ass feet on his legs and wakes his ass up. Yeah, I can see he probably is on perks. That's good assessment, Kauai. But yeah, that's what I mean. So him being the dominant one in this situation will trigger her to be manipulative and do things behind his back and do things in an underhanded manner. Also, great potential for physical abuse. He may have put his hands on Tia before. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Corey is not sexually attracted or fulfilled by Tia. And I really don't see sexual chemistry between them. Like, they look like they're more so friends than anything else. Look like they could even possibly be cousins or whatever, but I'm not seeing sexual chemistry between these two. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was never really sexually attracted to Tia or fulfilled by her. And it could be because he really wants men. Now, Corey does not receive enough individualized attention from Tia. I mean, I could really get graphic with this aspect, but I'm not. But y'all already know that Scorpio deals with the genitals. I'm just saying. So it might be cringe moments for him having to go down and stuff like that. Because, if you're married, you're going to expect certain types of sexual activity. And her being a Scorpio rising, I know, getting some head from him is very important to him. I mean, to her. And there's probably times where he probably has a silent cry in the bathroom while she's waiting in the bed. And yeah, so again, I feel really like sometimes I feel for Corey too, because again, if he's not living according to his truth and he got to go down and he really ain't the type that has a taste for the coochie, I could just imagine what he has to go through. And then that could be a way that she's manipulative too. Like on some nights she makes sure she don't really clean up exactly down there, and she'd be like, Corey, come top me off, Corey. And next thing you know, he got to endure that smell or whatever. I'm telling you, Tia got some shit with her. She manipulative as fuck. So you can't underestimate her when it comes to her manipulative tactics. I wouldn't even be surprised she's farted in his face before on purpose. Because she's a jokester too. Remember, she's the jokey joke one. If I'm not mistaken, like on Sister Sister, she was the more goofier one, the jokey joke one. But this is what I mean. I said I wasn't going to get graphic, but I am getting graphic. Like, this is the epitome of her farting in his face. I'm telling you. She probably did that to him, or she might have did something like that when he was asleep, or it could have been a situation where, like, she got his toothbrush and cleaned the toilet out with it or some shit. I'm telling you, but I'm getting a vision of her farting in his face or doing some nasty shit that really like grosses him out again, just to get him back. Like paybacks are a bitch. No, I said open a root beer now. I couldn't use one. You'd be surprised what some married couples be up to. You really would, because again, let's be real. They've been together 14 years. More longer than that. They've been married for 14 years. You don't think these people be letting loose in front of each other, farting and shit? That's what married couples do. After a while, it ain't nothing to fart in front of your man or to take a dump with the door open and shit like that. And with her being a Scorpio rising, I'm telling you, she probably has farted in his face more than once. And again, and she probably sometimes tell him, yeah, paybacks are a bitch. And he'd be like, damn, she got me once again. And at first it might have been where it started off being funny. But then when they're, going through it, arguing and shit, and then she let one crack while he's asleep, and especially a silent, deadly one, and he wake up and she going already, the smell just lingering. And he like, this goddamn nasty ass bitch. I'm telling you. Don't let that sweet little innocent face Tia got fool you. All right, moving along. So Corey does not receive enough individualized attention from Tia. Remember, he got this narcissist thing going on with his Mars and Leo. Tia will use the children as a weapon if necessary, refusing access to them or making it difficult. Custody and child support issues as well. Yes, the psychological torture in the form of farting in his face, all types of stuff. Yes, see, royalty. There you go. Showing him her hemorrhoid. She like, Corey, can you take a look at this? I can't see it. Next thing you know, he come in the room, shit, her ass spread wide open with some shit hanging out of there. Telling you, married couples, they get used to all types of shit. She look, I'm about to get real raw with it. She might even, when it's time at time of the month, she might not flush on purpose just to gross his ass out when he walk into the bathroom. She might just leave the, sanitary product in the trash without wrapping that shit up just to gross his ass out. I'm telling you. That's how you could really psychologically torture a man. It's almost the same as, how men, they'll leave the toilet seat up. And a lot of times they're not doing that shit on purpose. But then you go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. You're not looking. You didn't turn the light on. You hurry up and sit down on that toilet. That water hit your ass because he didn't put the toilet seat down. Now, sometimes his ass might do that shit on purpose out of spite. I'm not putting no goddamn toilet seat down. Fuck her. I know this shit pisses her off. I'm not doing it. Or where a man will purposely not hit that toilet. He'll pee a little bit on the toilet seat or whatever. Again, that's some of these are like subtle disrespects that married couples be doing with each other. Or he might take a dump and not flush. I'm telling you, some of these married people be doing some crazy ass shit just to get under each other's skin. Yeah, I left a good deuce in there for her. He telling one of his friends, wait till she get home. Corey, you forgot to flush again. I'm telling you, when you a Scorpio rising, you're going to experience a lot of that shit. Literally. All right, moving along. So Tia will use the children as a weapon if necessary, refusing access to them or making it difficult. So remember I said, let me just break this down real quick. Remember I said Mars and Leo, that could deal with where you have to fight for your children. You got to fight to see your children. And then with her being a Scorpio rising and his Mars squaring her ascendant, that's like her blocking access to his children. Or that's like her making shit real difficult. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't pick up the kids this weekend because we're going to Disney World or something like that. And he'd be like, damn, on the spur of a moment. Yeah, we just decided to take a trip to Disney World. Shit like that. And where he really got to battle her to be able to have equal time with those children. All right, moving along. I'm telling you, Tia got some shit with her. The more I really look into this, okay, so Corey's Uranus and Scorpio square and Tia's Venus and Saturn and Leo. Now, this is where this is really him causing a problem with this aspect. So with this, Corey has a sense of entitlement to what Tia has built and established. Corey is jealous of Tia's accomplishments. And sometimes Tia may throw it up in his face on purpose. Corey, I'm winning another award tonight. Are you coming? That type of shit. Again, she starts becoming very manipulative because it's her way of fighting back. Corey's sexual perversions or true sexuality is brought to her attention. Shocking revelations about Corey. Lacking unity. Basically, they are not operating on one accord. Tia probably has a problem with one or more of his friends. Again, remember I said with his Mars square Uranus, he could have some friends that are negative influences. So it could be shown through these squares in their synastry where she don't care for some of his friends, and she might, maybe some of his friends are like dealers or whatever, and that's how he get his Percocets or whatever, or his fentanyl or whatever the fuck he's on. Also, this is a separation and divorce aspect. Ain't this a messy relationship? This is a mess. This is why I named this video Toxic Relationships, because this is some toxic shit right here. Toxic waste. Okay, here we go right here. Oh shit. Don't he look scared straight in this picture? Now this is when she's pregnant. And you could tell he's really questioning his life choices right now. He's like, what the hell did I get into? Because you know when a woman's pregnant, a lot of times she's very emotional. And, you know, she's liable to have these mood swings. And I'm pretty sure she gave him hell during the times when she was pregnant. And look, he looks scared straight. It looks like he's looking for the nearest exit. He's unsure of himself. You know, he feels, it looks like he's about to crack. Looks like he's like really jonesing for a hit right now. He's trying to hold it together, but it's not easy. Now, I like what he has on right here. You could tell she dressed him. Again, she wanted them to have that complimentary look. I like this look right here with the both of them, but you could tell he didn't dress himself. She dressed him. And again, she got that look on her face like, yeah, I had to get him in line before this event. Yup, get out. He got that look on his face. Like he's really like, yo, I'm really stuck. She's pregnant. And I don't even know how this even happened. I guess I was drunk the night I went up in that thing. That's what he's saying. All right, moving along. Just a few more, and then we'll move on to Nia and her man. Corey's Neptune squaring Tia's Mars in Virgo. So this square echoes her natal Mars square Neptune. And this is where I have to really reiterate what I've told some of y'all, a lot of y'all in the past about dating someone of your same age range or age group. Some people can do it and be fine. Other people, if they date people who are within a year or two of their age, a lot of times it's not going to work out right if the person has challenging aspects to their personal planets from outer planets. So case in point, Tia has Mars square Neptune in her chart. And then she gets with Corey, who was born 2 years. And see what I mean? It could be 2 years. It could even be up to 3 years when we're dealing with Pluto squares. So she gets with a guy that was born 2 years after her. But do you see how his Neptune is still able to square her Mars, just like how it's squaring her Mars in her natal chart? Because Neptune moves so slowly. So if you have like a personal planet like Sun, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and you have a heavy planet squaring it, you may want to think twice about getting with somebody that is the same age as you, because those planets are going to be squaring your Sun, Mercury, Venus, so forth the same way. It's happening in your natal chart. And what that produces, it just exacerbates the potential for things to go bad, for things to turn sour. Like, if you can avoid setting yourself up for that type of relationship, avoid it, because it's going to play out exactly how that aspect is meant to play out in your natal chart, and that aspect is being activated through the synastry. So Tia, going forward, she doesn't need to marry a man or be with a man that's in her age group. She either needs to get with a man that's significantly older than her or significantly younger. I would say by 5 years. 5 years. Actually, I say 7 because she has Venus conjoining Saturn, and Saturn works in cycles of 7. So I would say she needs to get with somebody where there's a nice 7-year age difference, where she can avoid getting into a similar situation like this again. God, I wish I could help out some of these celebrities, because they be lost in the sauce. And if they got personal astrologers, either they're not listening to their astrologers, or their astrologers just ain't steering them in the right direction. Because I would have told her years ago, girl, don't even give that bum a chance. Now, again, Corey's Neptune squaring Tia's Mars in Virgo. This echoes the natal aspect in her chart. Corey's addiction brings Tia great stress, anxiety, and misery. Corey being neglectful to the point where Tia feels that she can't rely on him to get certain jobs done. Corey being out of work, being lazy, shiftless, and weak. Tia is searching for clues due to his secretive, shifty, and shady nature. She comes with the receipts, because when you got Mars in Virgo, you're not just satisfied with just getting information. You want receipts. So this is showing that sometimes she comes with the receipts. Corey will screw up the plans that Tia makes, and sometimes he might do it on purpose. But just know that when it's an aspect like this, where the other person's Neptune squaring the other person's personal planet, it's not like he really has control over this Neptune. This Neptune is basically controlling him, and she's being hurt in the process, if you get what I'm saying. Like, his very presence is just activating this square in her natal chart. Okay, we're back to the picture where they're wearing the matching outfits at the behest of Tia. Again, Tia made him wear this jacket, and he's looking a little defeated, but he's trying to, be a trooper about it. So his Pluto is squaring Tia's Sun and Jupiter, and this also echoes the squares in her natal chart. And this is what I mean. This is why you got to be careful if you have squares like this about getting with a person who is in your age group. So I say 2 to 3 year age range. Don't even do it if you have Sun square Pluto, if you don't want to deal with the issues that Sun square Pluto is going to present. You get what I'm saying? In relationships in particular. There are some things that are avoidable in your natal chart if you make the right decisions. So this brings the potential for Corey to become jealous, hateful, and abusive. He may try to tarnish Tia's image at some point. Family court will bring out the worst in him. Violations of Tia's privacy. He probably wasn't really there for her when she was pregnant. That's a big one. Remember that picture I showed you where she's pregnant and he looks like he's looking for the nearest escape exit or escape route. I bet you he wasn't hardly helping her out at all when she was pregnant with those 2 kids. Probably became disgusted by her pregnant body or whenever she puts on weight. He looks like the type. It's hard enough for him to fake the funk in terms of having sex with her on the regular, but then when she puts on weight, he's probably very disgusted. He is a bad influence upon Tia. His sexual urges are not being met by Tia. He plays devil advocate and compares her to others to get under her skin. So they be taking digs at each other a lot. Her smothering and mothering triggers him to turn to others for support or just for a break. I think I got just a few more. Yeah, I'm almost done. Lord, this was a lot. Lord Jesus. They got me tired. All right. So Corey's Chiron is forming a square with Tia's Mercury, and this is another aspect that echoes the aspect in her natal chart. So Tia's dominant and boss-like mindset triggers Corey's insecurities, and especially dealing with his lack of money. Corey's mismanaging of money can cause Tia to cuss him out. Tia can't discuss her wins or her accomplishments due to Corey getting bent out of shape. Corey could engage in favoritism with one of the kids. Because when you have Taurus squaring Leo, that could be favoritism towards a kid, where the other kid is basically, not getting that type of favoritism. Serious upsets involving custody, child support. Also, his stubbornness and rigidity makes it hard for Tia to freely speak her mind. And this could perhaps be where she finds out about some inappropriate touching going on. And again, I say could be. I'm not saying it definitely is. Right? We do. We need an exorcism, yes. Because this wore me out. And here we go right here. Again, look at the stance. Look at her body language. Look at him. Corey's basically saying, she made me wear this whack-ass jacket. And Tia's saying, you damn right I did. What? Again, we see who was wearing the pants in the relationship. We see who was in control. But this shit backfired on Tia. Because at the end of the day, she realized that she can't fully control this man. It gonna do what it want to do. It gonna do what it do. He gonna do what it do. But yeah, she got that look like, you damn right I made him wear that jacket. All right, so let's move on. Let me see what some of y'all are saying before I move on. Take a little breather. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need a root beer after this. Glam Diva said, I'm Scorpio rising. I only attract really clean men, OCD. All right, good. See, Royalty says she probably knows about Corey's estranged sexuality. Amira the Great said the main reason, at least. Alice Soul said, wow, how do men and women stay married, right? I'm glad I'm single because I don't got to deal with none of this. Dr. Ken said, Corey going to use this video in court to please his case, right? He really could. Kawaii Honey says she Dutch oven the bed to the max. Yep, she probably does. She probably makes sure she fill up on a bunch of dairy too on some nights and just be letting loose in that bed. New Eye said, good thing I'm not a Scorpio anymore. I am well versed said, he said that acting out of emotion will cost you. See, Royalty said, Tia smell like muscle rub. Night Rider said, LOL, she don't like giving top. She don't seem like the top type, but she wants him to give it to her. She probably all quick with it when it comes to him. Siobhan said, that's why I said she might as well date Future next. Alice Soul said, baby's got his baba, right? Coco said, Tia needs an alpha probably. I don't think she could deal with an alpha male, though. She wants to be in control too much. And yes, Coco, I'm not going to say Venus square Mars is a deal breaker aspect in synastry, but it can produce a lot of problems with, domination. Like usually the person with Mars is dominating the person with Venus. The person with Venus may not feel like their relationship needs are getting met because they might look at the person with the Mars as selfish, and there might be an issue with sex at some point. That's really not an aspect you want to see in a synastry if you're thinking about getting with somebody. You definitely need to take that into consideration. And the next couple we have, they have Venus square Mars too, I think. All right, so let's get into the next couple. Oh, damn, we got another one. Hold on. Okay, so last one. Corey's South Node quincunx Tia's Mercury. This could be where he often gaslights Tia, and that's because his South Node's in Pisces. Tia is made aware of his secret, but tries to manage regardless. Because again, the quincunx is like, okay, I'm not going to leave you, but I'm just going to make do and try to do the best that I can to make things work. Trying to sweep things under the rug. Also, he can easily tune her out. Words fall on deaf ears. And this can even be where she drive, like he might say, oh, you drive me to drink. Or you make me take drugs because I can't stand hearing your mouth. Words fall on deaf ears. Also, he is the source of shame and embarrassment for her, and where he's a charity case, which is basically one of the same. Because if your man's a charity case, that is a source of shame and embarrassment. All right, so let's take it back to these two, Scorpio and Leo. So we're dealing with similar energy like Tia and Corey, but it's a little different. Okay, here they go right here. This infamous couple. This is when they were in their prime. You know, Nia was like, I got myself a fine man. You know what I mean? You know, a lot of Scorpio women, not all, because I don't want to stereotype and generalize, but I'll say Scorpio women, they are the type of woman where, you know, a lot of times looks do matter. You know, they do want to get with a guy that, you know, they want to be sexually attracted to at least, or, you know, and if he's not sexually attracted, his pockets better be attractive. That money better be right. So she got herself, she thought she got with a high value man, I guess, because he does have, you know, somewhat accomplished career being a coach for the Boston Celtics. But I think, I think she got with him before he became a coach. And with her being a Scorpio, it makes a lot of sense that she got with a coach, because remember I said the sun in a woman's chart is representing the type of man she'll end up with, like husband material. And Scorpio rules coaches. So it makes a lot of sense that she got with a guy that was athletic and a coach, and, you know, he got sex appeal and all that. She thought she won the jackpot. She really did. But, you know, sometimes we have to come to a realization that not all that glitters is gold, Nia. With that glittery gold dress on you got on right there, looking all cute. All right, so let's get into Nia Long's chart first. Now, unfortunately, there's not a birth time reported for Nia Long, so we just got to go off on her placements and the aspects. So let's get right into it. She got a wicked Scorpio stellium. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Now, when you got all that Scorpio energy, you got to just expect to share your man with others. You just got to expect it. There you go, Aquarian essence. Fool's gold. Yup. Very much so. So you just got to expect that there's going to be some hanky-panky going on when you got all that Scorpio energy up in your chart. You can't expect to have a normal relationship where everything is peachy keen and where your partner is monogamous and all. But that says a lot about her decision not to marry, though, because she already know what she's working with. So, relationship problems, infidelity, divorce aspects. So, with her sun in Scorpio, again, just having sun in Scorpio alone, notwithstanding all that other Scorpio sludge she's carrying, prone to get with a man who cheats. That's just the way it is. Potential for betrayal. She also has Sun, quincunx, Chiron, and Aries, and that can manifest as a man who engages in chronic infidelity and where he acts like he's single. Sun conjunct Mercury and Moon. Now, with this, you got to watch your man around his female co-workers. You just got to watch a man when he's around women, period, because this is representing a man that likes to talk to women and that likes to key with women and all this type of stuff. And next thing you know, he got his tongue up her ass. That type shit. So he could be too chatty with women. Again, she's attracted. This is just her aspects alone showing the type of man she can attract. So she could attract the man that becomes too familiar with women, too chatty, a man who is in need of change or variety with respect to women. I would even venture to say that they were the type of couple that would scope out women together, and he would tell her, because she was the type that tried to make it seem like she was open-minded like that, and she probably allowed that shit to fly for too long, like they watching TV or they're out together, and then he whispers in her ear like, damn, she look good as shit, don't she? And Nia like, yeah, she does, because Nia got some freak shit with her, so I wouldn't be surprised if they was both looking at women together at one point or another. Especially when you take a certain aspect into account, which I'll get to. So this is where, look, it looked like Nia plotting on some bitch across the room right in this picture, right? Like she the one scoping the chick out for their little threesome later on. Don't it look like she kind of looking like, yeah, I'm gonna holler at that in a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna bring home this pretty chick for my fine ass man. She thinking that if she kept feeding the beast, that the beast would be satisfied. But see, again, us women need to understand that the game is rigged against us. It's that the cards are stacked up against us. So we might think that we got ourselves a modern man that's going to be okay with like an open type of relationship, or where you could bring a woman into your bedroom for a little menage a trois and think that he's going to behave himself from that point on, because again, you're feeding the beast, but you don't realize the beast has an insatiable appetite, like the motherfucker standing behind her. I'm telling you, you can't ever give a man too much of what he wants. You can't ever give a man exactly what he wants. At my age, I'm convinced that's true, because there's something about men respecting women that are mean to them and that are kind of bitchy towards them. There's some truth to that. If you give a man carte blanche, if you give a man everything he wants and desires, guess what? He's not going to respect you for it at the end of the day. And he's going to, if you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile. Again, that's just how men are. Uh-oh. Okay. I thought the shit was going to break down at some point. Okay. So Nia has Venus conjunct Neptune in Scorpio. So this can deal with infidelity. Infidelity is highly likely, but it can also deal with secret affairs, lies, deception, relationship scandal, a partner who crosses boundaries, a partner who is an addict, and in Scorpio, it could be a partner who's a sex addict. But also, this is the aspect where it's showing that they could have like sex parties at times, and again, they might not have boundaries in their own damn relationship, where they're invited, to Keisha, Renisha, and Alicia in their bedrooms. And then she's wondering why he's not satisfied. She's wondering why, she can't keep him reeled in or reined in. Again, you can't give a man too much. You can't do too much for him, because again, men aren't wired the way women are. We have to keep remembering that. So again, if you give a man too much, he gonna look at you like a sucker. He gonna start treating you like that, thinking he could get away with anything. All right, moving along. Mars conjunct Uranus and Libra. This is another one that's like, oh my God, Nia, what are you doing? But she can't help it. She was born with this energy. So Mars conjunct Uranus and Libra, and it's opposing Chiron and Aries. So with this, you can't trust men when you have this hookup. But I'm going to tell you what she did. Look, she don't trust men, period. So what she said was, okay, I'm gonna let him have what he wants. I'm gonna let him have these orgies. I'm gonna keep shit open. I'm not gonna say we have to get married and stuff. I'm gonna let him be liberated. But look where that got you, Nia. So this is where a man will put you through some serious changes where you start questioning your damn self. Who am I? Harpo, who this woman in the mirror? A man who feels entitled to go after whatever he wants, even if he's in a committed relationship. That's what she's attracting with this hookup. Also explains why she doesn't want to get married because she wants to be liberated. But at the end of the day, I think she's just a realist in that she knows that men are prone to cheat. So she thinks that she's basically doing the right thing by saying, oh, yeah, we don't have to get married. You could go do what you want just as long as it either doesn't come back to me or that I get a piece of that too or whatever. So this could deal with polyamorous or open relationship as well. But as you can see here, she ain't having it. It's like, this is just a two pictures spliced together. But yeah, now you can see they've kind of aged. They went from that la-di-da honeymoon period, even though they weren't married. They went from that, oh, we're young, we're a hot couple, we can get any woman that we want to join us in the bedroom. Because I strongly believe that they were sharing women at one time, and I believe that it was Nia bringing women to him. Again, feeding the beast. And then she found out this motherfucker got a bottomless stomach. He got an insatiable appetite. It's never enough for him. I gave him all the pussy he could ask for, and he's still trying to get it at work. And matter of fact, I got to read about their timeline. So I'm going to take a little break and read about this article about them. Because I need some more details. So South Node at the 29th degree of Leo. That 29th degree makes it easy to find yourself in love triangles, especially when we're talking about the 29th degree of Leo. So again, she's wired like this. She's been through this from a past life, which is why, in my opinion, in this lifetime, she was like, damn, Nia, you made me spill my iced tea. In this lifetime, she was like, well, you know what? I'm going to beat these men at their own game, and I'm going to give this man what I want, but I'm going to still be in control. So again, this issue with being controlling with these women. And I'm not saying that as a woman, you can't be in control, but don't think that the game is rigged in your favor. At the end of the day, you're a woman. It's a man's world. Men tend to always have the upper hand. And mainly because we have emotions that are more vulnerable. We allow ourselves to get more emotionally caught up. And when you do that, a lot of times you're going to be on the losing end. That's just the way it is. So that 29th degree of Leo can deal with high pressure situations involving love, men, and children. Also, love hurts or comes at a high price with the Leo South Node. North Node at the 29th degree of Aquarius. This explains why she doesn't want to get married. And she's doing the right thing, actually, with that. But she just went about it the wrong way. Again, giving this man everything, giving this man carte blanche, allowing him to order a la carte. Y'all know what ordering a la carte means? When you allow a person to order a la carte, that's where you're basically saying money is no object. I don't care how much the bill comes to, you could order a la carte. Because when you order a la carte, that's like, if you order some damn Brussels sprouts, that shit might be $18. And then if you order the ribeye steak, that might be like $50. And then if you order the fingerling potatoes, that shit might be $26. When you could have just got the like little the prefix menu for like a $60 or whatever. Nah, this person is allowing you to order a la carte. So some people will take that and run with it. They'll like just lose their mind because they never had it so good. Again, it's just human nature. You can't give humans too much too soon and too easily, or else they're liable to not appreciate it. You know, I said got it $1,200 meals. Mm-hmm. All right. So also moving along. So this is another issue with her situation. So Nia has Venus parallel Bacchus. So that could be a partner has an addiction, whether it's to sex, whether it's to drugs, alcohol. In his case, I believe it's a sex addiction. And this reinforces what I'm saying about her and this dude getting together and having these orgies, sex parties and stuff. She bringing him all, all the colors of the rainbow in terms of women or whatever he wants or whatever, just trying to make him happy, trying to keep him satisfied, trying to keep him at home. Venus is running parallel to Arachne. That could deal with entanglements and also where her partner finds himself in a web of drama, lies, and deceit, which is exactly where he found himself. And Venus is conjoined to the asteroid Tisiphone. And Tisiphone can deal with where you're being punished harshly, where you're being judged harshly. And that's exactly what's going on with him right now. Now that he's been outed as to like harassing this woman at work, now he's being judged harshly. But also her relationship is being judged harshly too. I mean, I'm judging it harshly. So that Venus conjunct Tisiphone is pointing to that. And it could point to where, he's being punished at this point. Now, did he get fired from the Celtics or did he just get suspended? I'm about actually, let me segue over into their timeline real quick. So this is from People magazine. So it says Nia Long Oh my God, it went on mute. So how long was I on mute? I was just talking. Wait a minute, I was reading the article. So what part did y'all miss? What's the last thing y'all heard? I was just running my mouth. Blame Udoka. Udoka. Y'all let me know what part that where y'all last heard me speaking. Y'all, I'm back. It was on mute. I don't know what happened. 10 minutes. So y'all didn't even hear when I was reading the article. Oh my God. I was going in. Oh, okay. It's only been like 2 minutes. Did y'all hear any part of the article I was reading? That damn Ike. So y'all didn't hear any of the article. So I guess I got to start with the article again. Oh, damn. Damn, Siobhan, you said you was about to email me. Oh, shit. Let's go back to the article again. Damn. So the whole time I'm reading the article and y'all can't hear me. Damn. Okay, let's go back up. Because basically what I was reading was the timeline of Nia Long's relationship. So let me go back. Okay, so Nia Long and Ime Udoka's relationship timeline. That's why I couldn't see y'all because I'm on a whole different website. Let me actually share my screen so I can see if I go mute again. All right. Share screen. Chrome. Okay, so this is what I was reading. So Nia Long and Ime Udoka's relationship timeline. Wait a minute, I still can't see the chat. It says view tab StreamYard.com. I still can't see what y'all are saying if I read this. Okay, so it says I can actually go to the StreamYard and then read it from there. Let's see. That's small though. Let me just go back. Oh, I don't know if y'all heard me, but I was like, he's showing his age now, and it seemed like he aged like kind of rapidly over the time that they were together. But I was like, I did say marriage, but they haven't been married. But you might as well say, kind of quasi married. That'll do that to you. That will put some weight and age on you because of the stress. Okay, so February 2010, Ime Udoka and Nia Long began dating after being set up by a mutual friend. And I was saying that mutual friend comes into play with his Uranus being conjoined to her Sun and Mercury. And what else? Hold on. Her Sun, Mercury, and Moon. So his Uranus is conjoined to her Sun, Mercury, and Moon. And that's dealing with the mutual friendship. It might have been that relationship started off as a threesome. And that's how they came together. You never know. Again, these people in Hollywood are freaks. Okay. Let me just make sure now I'm paranoid about the mute thing. Okay. So they began dating after being set up by a mutual friend. And then in 2011, June 17th, Nia Long and Ime Udoka announced that they're expecting their first child together. And then on October 5th, 2011, Nia Long says that she asked God for her pregnancy with Udoka. So it says a doctor's visit originally left Long with little hope of having children with boyfriend Udoka. the actress revealed in the November 2011 issue of Ebony. She said, I honestly asked God for this, Long said of her pregnancy. This was her way of trying to trap him. I remember I was driving home from the doctor and I called Ime and I was like, babe, I'm really kind of sad right now. The doctor actually said I wanted to have more children. If I wanted to have more children, it would be hard. Despite the doctor's news, the couple remained hopeful that they would be able to expand their family. The next time Amy came to visit, he said, I don't believe that. I said, you don't? He said, no. And I said, good, me neither, she said to the magazine. Then I got pregnant. Now, that makes me kind of skeptical reading that statement, because with that Uranus, he got Uranus conjoined to her sun, Mercury, and moon. That could be artificial insemination. Not saying that he's not the father. I believe he's the father, but maybe there was some issue with, her, reproductive system, or the way his sperm was coming out, because that's like artificial insemination. I'm like, Nia, why you gotta lie about this shit? Just tell the truth. But anyway, actually, I'll say when it comes to lying, Pisces comes in first and Scorpio comes in a close second. So sometimes you gotta like take what Scorpio says with a grain of salt. All right, going back. November 7th, 2011, Nia Long and Emi Udoka welcome a son. And then by 2012, by August of 2012, Nia Long changes her tune because they were engaged in 2011. Now all of a sudden she's saying marriage is not a priority for her and Emi Udoka. I guess that's when she found out that he had a sex addiction. And now she's talking about marriage isn't a priority. Okay, Nia. And then she says, Long revealed that she and Udoka would not be heading down the aisle anytime soon. Marriage is not a priority for me. I'm not saying I'll never do it. It's just not where we are as a family, Long said in the August 2012 issue of Essence. The actress admitted she had never seen a marriage work, and that marriage didn't define a successful relationship for her and Udoka. Instead, the two put their focus on life as a family of four. I don't feel less loved or less loving because I'm not married. See, when she came out with this statement, a lot of women were, cheerleading her and saying, oh, that's what's up. Nia's a modern woman. I'm like, yeah, right. You didn't have no choice. She said, I don't feel less loved or less loving because I'm not married, she said. I worked hard to have the career I wanted, but I've also been deliberate about my personal life, Long added. None of this is a mistake. So in order for her to keep her man, she had to give him what he wanted. Freedom, liberation. So November 14, 2013, Nia Long says Emi Udoka's NBA coaching career keeps their relationship exciting. Yeah, because he's bringing home bitches for her. They're sharing these women, I'm convinced. Until the shit got to be to where it wasn't enough for him. In 2014, Nia Long talks balancing her career, motherhood, and her relationship. 2015, Emi Udoka and Nia Long confirmed their engagement. So they get engaged again? 2015, Nia Long says that she and Emi Udoka are taking their time with wedding plans. It's like she can't make up her mind. Like, what are they trying to do? 2017, Nia Long says she's thankful for fiance Emi Udoka with a sweet Twitter post. 2019, Nia Long and Emi Udoka celebrate her son's high school graduation with a family trip to Disneyland. 2019, Nia Long and Emi Udoka celebrate their son's 8th birthday. Okay, why is this all in the time? This stuff ain't important. Then, how about this, y'all? By December 6, 2020, Nia Long revealed she and fiance Emi Udoka might never marry because she was waiting for him to, go into rehab for that sex addiction he got, and she was losing hope at this point. 2021, Nia Long congratulates Emi Udoka on becoming the Boston Celtics head coach, and it was all downhill from there. He let that position go to his head, and not the head on top of his neck, that head in between his thighs. 2021, Nia Long says she'll never forget the moment fiance Emi Udoka was named head coach of the Boston Celtics. 2022, Nia Long dances as Emi Udoka and the Boston Celtics head to the NBA Finals. All that cheerleading, look where it got you. Udoka and the Boston Celtics clinched a bit. I don't want to hear about this damn basketball. Okay, September 21st, 2022, Emi Udoka faces a suspension from the Celtics after alleged affair with staffer. Here we go. This is the part I've been waiting for. News broke that Udoka was facing a possible suspension from the Celtics head coach position after he allegedly had a consensual intimate relationship with a woman on the team staff, sources confirmed to People. According to ESPN, who first reported the news, the affair between Udoka and the staffer is considered a violation of team guidelines. Nia Long speaks out after Emi Udoka's alleged affair and suspension. See what I mean? She kind of jinxed him when look, I'm about to show y'all this. I believe in jinxing, right? And when she was like doing this little cheer right here, she got a little too excited, and then shortly thereafter, this news story breaks. So she did this little dance. Hold on. She did this little dance in May of 2022, May of this year, and next thing you know, he's being suspended. Go! Let's play it again for the people in the back. Hold on. Go! She never heard of jinxes. She done jinxed the both of them doing that shit. Kawhi had he said it was screaming. That was Nia Long screaming. Because she was screaming because I guess something about the Celtics winning or something like that. But it's like you more excited about your husband's life than your own. That's a problem. Yeah, that was the video. Hold on, let me play it again then. I'll mute my mic. And I'm sorry, that screaming didn't even seem genuine. It really seemed like she was kind of putting on, trying to be the good, supportive, I won't say wife, girlfriend, fiance, I guess. Go! Go! Like Alicia said, poor girl. Right? Let's play it one more time. Hold on. Because again, sometimes we get a bit too overexcited about our men or whatever, and we're not really loving ourselves enough. Like you loving, damn, Nia, you made me spill my iced tea again. I guess these relationships really got me like really upset. So let's just play it one more time. Hold on. Go! Yeah, that's that Scorpio fraudulent shit. All right, so let me read the rest about this. So it says, let me see. Long issued a statement exclusively to people after Udoka was suspended from his role as head coach of the Celtics for the 2022-2023 NBA season. The outpouring of love and support from family, friends, and the community during this difficult time means so much to me, the actress said. Do they all have the same publicist that's writing this shit? I ask that my privacy be respected as I process the recent events. Above all, I am a mother and will continue to focus on my children. A day prior, Udoka reacted to his suspension with a statement of his own, writing, I want to apologize to our players, fans, the entire Celtics organization, and my family for letting them down. Well, damn, he didn't apologize to Nia. Did y'all catch that? Let me read that again. He said, I want to apologize to our players, fans, the entire Celtics organization, and my family for letting them down. Now he said family, but he didn't say my fiance. He didn't say Nia. He didn't say my lovely woman or girlfriend. Interesting. So on October 4th, 2022, Nia Long posted about people who deserve absolutely nothing amid cheating scandal. So nearly 2 weeks after Udoka's suspension was announced, Long seemingly alluded to the cheating allegations on Instagram. So she's quoted as saying, a tip for mental health, the post read, learn to distinguish who deserves an explanation, who deserves one answer, and who deserves absolutely nothing. She captioned the photo with a simple red heart emoji. Being all mysterious like a typical Scorpio, just come right out with it. Now, a source told People that Long's main focus is her 10-year-old son, Kez, Sunday, whom she shares with Udoka. Her priority is making sure Kez is okay and staying on his normal routine. All right, back to the PowerPoint. Exactly, typical Hollywood mumbo jumbo, Siobhan. Yeah. All right, let me bring it back. And I'm almost done with this live stream. I had two more other couples that I wanted to talk about, but I'm losing my momentum. I might have to do a part two, maybe on Sunday or Monday. Okay. All right, let's get back to this part. So we already talked about these asteroids that are attached to her Venus. So let's get into his chart. So Emi is a Leo, and Leo is the perennial player. I mean, even when they're in their 50s, if he has any semblance of any type of good looks left, a lot of times he's going to be a player, unless he's a God fearing man. And honestly, I don't want to start waxing religiously, but I have to admit, the more people, or I'll say the less people become God fearing, or the less people have some type of spirituality or whatever like that, the more likely they will do things that, you know, could be unethical or immoral. Now, of course, you got Christian people and religious people that are low down just like others, but I'm talking about being a true believer, being a man of faith, being a man of God, and so forth, and all that type of stuff. A lot of times when you put God or the goddess or some type of spirituality first, you're going to think twice before you do certain things to compromise your career, to compromise your relationship, all of that stuff. So now that we're living in the last days and times, now, again, I don't want to come across as all religious, but it sure seems like we're living in the last days of something. But I'm just saying, the more people will dispense with the belief in a creator, or will dispense with, trying to live a life that's spiritually centered, the more likely people are going to do things that, are not of good character, I guess you could say. So you have to take that into account when you're dating people nowadays. It meant something back in the day to be called a man of God or a woman of God. You know what I mean? Now that's something that people frown upon. That's something that people either ridicule or whatever. But there's really something to standing by your principles, whether it's through religion or through, some spiritual belief system. That meant a lot back in the day. And now it's just like, do what thou wilt, which is what Aleister Crowley, who was known as the wickedest man alive, that's what he promoted. He promoted that type of mindset, that type of credo. And where does that get you? It gets you nowhere but a bunch of misery. Look at Nia Long and this guy. They're miserable right now. Why? Because one or the both of them couldn't control their base desires. They were both operating on a low vibrational level. Maybe not Nia Long the whole way through, but I would say she compromised a lot of her standards just to make this shit work with this guy. All right, moving along. So he has Moon in Gemini. And I don't trust men with Moon in Gemini when it comes to monogamy. A lot of times they're going to have more than one woman. Even if they didn't set out to do that, a lot of times it happens some way, shape, or form. So that's a problem right there coming out the gate, to have a Gemini moon and then you're an NBA coach, and before that you were playing for the NBA. Come on. That's somebody you really can't trust. This is part of the reason why they kept calling off the wedding, or, just saying, oh, well, all of a sudden marriage is not important. It's not a priority. Yeah, it's that damn Gemini moon that Nia became very well acquainted with. Also, this can make him too chatty with women, period. And you got to watch these men that are very chatty with women. Now, some women don't mind sharing their man with other women. I'm not that type of woman. I'm a one man woman, and I want my man to be a one woman man. But some women, especially nowadays, they don't mind sharing. They don't mind the open relationship, polyamory, all that. But if you want monogamy, and if you're dealing with a man that got Moon in Gemini, it's going to be really frustrating seeing him all, being all chatty with these different women. And, talking to women can lead to other things. So I want a man that's a goddamn near mute, and where he's almost blind. That's the only way I'm going to be able to trust a man. He got to be damn near blind, and he got to be mute where he could barely talk unless I'm around. Like, he can talk to me, but when it comes to talking to people, either he got a stuttering problem or he mute or something. Because I can't handle it. I can't handle my man. He a smooth talker and he talking the panties off of every woman he come across. I can't handle it. Nah. But yeah, this is why I couldn't deal with a Gemini moon man, or even a man with Venus in Gemini. I can't deal with that. These men, they love to talk to women and they love to be all charming and shit. And yeah, and they like to help a woman with her car and all that type of stuff. And, I just can't. So Moon conjunct Mars in Gemini, this makes it even worse. So with this is like him chasing women. Also craving new women. Also, this is where he could be a chick magnet. I mean, he is a good looking man. So it shows up in his chart. It's easy for him to get women. And especially when yeah, exactly. I'm looking for Helen Keller. Especially when he's a basketball player. Hey, Kay. He's a basketball player. And now he's a head coach. Now it's so easy. But, it backfires because he's become so accustomed to being able to have these women all quick, fast, in a hurry that he got sloppy and that shit came out. Didn't the woman herself report him? I was looking for like the actual details of this situation. All right, moving along. Venus square Pluto. I mean, come on. This just gets worse and worse. I mean, you can't. I mean, this is one of the chief infidelity aspects. I mean, come on. You can't expect a man with Venus square. Where is Nia Long's astrologer? That's what I want to know. You can't expect a man with Venus square Pluto to be faithful. You can't expect to fully trust a man with Venus square Pluto because he's often tempted by other women when he's in a relationship. He basically is untrustworthy. And this could deal with a woman filing a harassment complaint against him. Isn't that what? Oh, it was her husband. Wow. The husband. Because that's right. She was married too. Wow. Makes a lot of sense. Also, he could have resentment towards a woman, and it's probably the woman that he was having an affair with. But it could be with Nia Long too. Because you notice he didn't mention her when he was apologizing. Also, this is dealing with him being suspended and canceled and how that's screwing up his money. So his dick is getting him into all kinds of trouble. You see what I mean? When you're not a person of principle, you'll end up screwing a lot of things up in your life. It's not worth it a lot of times to allow your genitals to do the thinking for you. It's just not worth it. But somebody with a sex addiction, they will risk losing everything just to get their dick wet. All right. Oops. So here's a big problem right here. Here's the underlying issue. His South Node is at the 18th degree of Aries, and I told y'all about that 18. It produces conflict between spiritual and material sides alike. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. When you have that 18 degrees Aries South Node, it can be hard for you to be a man of principle or a man of ethics and values because you're dealing with this raw sexual energy and it's liable to take over. It also can make him hypersexual, have a big ego that needs to be stroked, narcissism, aggression, serious conflicts. Now, granted, this 18 degree of Aries helped him out in terms of basketball, but in terms of love and relationships, this is going to get him into trouble every time. Also, wants to still hold on to his single life as much as possible while wanting a supportive partner at the same time. Wants his cake and eat it too. Infidelity is exposed and sexual harassment charges. So again, I thought it was a sexual harassment charge, but is it just a case where the husband or the wife he was cheating with basically filed a complaint and said that he's doing what would you call that, fraternization on the job? But I thought it was some harassment thing too. All right, moving along. But matter of fact, I swear I heard something like once their affair was over, he was still like, okay, thank you. I thought I wasn't losing my mind. So he was harassing her after she said it was over. There it is. Okay. I knew I wasn't just making that shit up. So he has Mercury square Neptune, which can make him a liar, a cheat, where he has some type of an addiction, and more than likely is a sex addiction. Scandal, shooting himself in the foot with his words, like him harassing that lady, thinking he still got it like that when she's tired of his ass. And also, Mercury square Neptune could just cause him to play himself, which he did. And then we got his Juno is at the 16th degree of Scorpio. Juno is an asteroid that deals with the issues in a relationship. So that Scorpio alone can deal with infidelity, but the 16th degree of Scorpio reinforces the sex addiction theme, but also like the secret sexual affairs, but that's the same as infidelity. His Uranus is running parallel to Pandora, which is basically letting the cat out the bag. And once it's out, you can't take it back. So That's pointing to that. Mercury conjunct Hera. So this is pointing to the female co-worker, and I'm saying takes revenge upon him, but basically you can say this is the aftermath of him continuing to harass her, and she probably went to her husband so that he would stop, and that's how it came out. So basically this is showing like a pissed off woman, or a woman that takes revenge, or she takes matters into her own hands, and where she got the receipts too, and where the news gets back to Nia. So here's their synastry. So they got some problematic aspects between their chart. So Amy's sun squaring Nia's moon. This is a challenging aspect to have for synastry, especially in a male-female relationship. So with Amy, this is him being too much of a player, making Nia feel jealous and vengeful with her Scorpio moon. Also disloyalty, challenges with living together due to his bossy and fiercely independent nature. Here they go right here. He looking kind of devilish right here, like he's scheming on somebody, probably on the woman that's taking their picture. Amy's sun squaring Nia's Venus. Nia's relationship needs are not being fully met by Amy. She needs them to operate as a solid team, but he's too independent. So this is a big reason why they never tied the knot, why they got engaged, but they never got married. Amy may claim that he doesn't receive enough individualized attention from Nia, and he might use that as an example as why he cheats. Also, this can point to a lack of trust, and where Nia is often suspecting Amy of cheating. Like I said, she already knew who she was dealing with, and that's why they kept on calling the wedding off. Amy's sun square Nia's Saturn. This is a really challenging one. It often leads to separations, often leads to unhappiness, and Amy is likely to feel restricted in this relationship. His freedom of expression is lacking. Nia's stubbornness and rigidity could get Amy down at times. Amy is often triggers the insecurity that her Saturn and Taurus produces. He may spend money too freely for her taste, and he is hell-bent on creating drama which disrupts her peace. They might also have an issue with co-parenting as well. Here they go right here. Look at her. She all like, oh, look at my man. Ain't he so fine? Ain't he so cute? But that shit backfired on her. This is why you got to be really careful about getting with these cute men. These men that have, some good looks, because they let that shit go to their head. So it's like, okay, he looks somewhat decent. He is attractive. I don't know if you could actually call him handsome. I would say handsome. Yeah, let's give him that. He's handsome. He's tall. He makes a lot of money. This is a man that doesn't have to be faithful if he doesn't want to be. So again, this is why she made that compromise, and why she was like, oh, marriage is not a priority all of a sudden. Because she didn't want to lose what she had, because he's a nice little trophy piece for her too. So I think Nia does have some trophy syndrome going on, where she wanted a trophy piece, but instead just got a human-sized dick, or you know what I mean, a man-sized, like men like him, they're just a big-ass penis with eyes and a mouth. That's how I look at men like him. Like you cease to become human. You're just a walking penis. Because that's all that's the only thing that matters to you. Because you're willing to risk your freaking career as a head coach. I mean, a head coach, do you know how rare that is? Like, he's one out of millions that has the opportunity to have that type of career. And you gonna screw it up? You just a walking penis. That's all you are. I have no idea. Is he Ethiopian? Not, he don't look Ethiopian. He look like he could be what's that word? Eritrean. Them Eritreans, they got that look a lot of times. Or he could be Moroccan. No, he look a little too more He could be from South Africa, maybe. I don't know where he's from, though. Nah, that's how we have to look at these men. Like, you a walking penis. Would you trust a walking penis? I wouldn't. And then his Venus is squaring Nia's Mars. Didn't Tia and Corey have this square in their sin history? So with this, conflict involving Ime's relationship needs and Nia's actions. Ime wants a more private life, but Nia is a public figure. Violations of his privacy. So she might be going through his stuff, looking for cues, clues, blues clues. Nia may air some of his dirty laundry at some point. Nia is the dominant one in the relationship. But again, just because you're the so-called dominant one on the outside doesn't mean that you're really dominating things. Now, could represent other women that she's constantly catching him with. A firm commitment is lacking. She tries to regulate his activities to no avail. He does what he feels like doing. And that's how a lot of Leo men are. They are the true alpha males. So a lot of Leo men, they want to call the shots. They want to be the boss. They want to be the one that's the man in the relationship. And they're not going to have it no other way. So either you going to be with him or you against him. Now, I got to go. But before I let y'all go, I did want to just touch on this one little man. Don't tell me there's more. Shit. I'm getting tired of this couple. All right, just a few more. And then I got to talk about one other thing. And then I got to check and see if there was any super chats. So Ime's Venus is squaring Nia's Uranus. This is a breakup, separation, divorce aspect, but we know they never got married, so divorce is not applying, but breakup, separation is. Explains why they didn't get married. Ime may not like some of Nia's friends. Violations of, because, you know, her friends are in her ear like, girl, you don't got to put up with that shit. That's why he like, why they always got to be over here? Also, violations of his privacy. They are not unified. Nia could have objectified him in the beginning. Remember I said that he's kind of like her trophy piece. She tried to kind of flip it. You know how men will get a little trophy piece? Well, and you know he's younger than her. She was born in 1970 and he was born in 77. There's a 7-year difference. So there's that Saturn theme coming into play. So she thought she was having a little trophy piece like that. So I would say, yeah, this aspect is basically showing that she was objectifying him in the beginning. And she may use the word we a lot, and this may irritate him. You know how some people are very independent and they don't like when people use the term we a lot when discussing like situations, like we're pregnant or we're going through something when it might just be her going through something. She strikes me as the type that would do that anyway. And that is a very Scorpio thing, to be very much like we instead of you and I or you or me. You know what I'm saying? Like, because Scorpio is about bonding. All right, just a couple of more. Ime's Venus is squaring Nia's Chiron. So with this, Ime's subjective approach, because his Venus is in Cancer. So Ime's subjective approach to the relationship makes Nia feel that she doesn't matter as an individual. Ime can anger Nia through his refusal to go along with what she wants. And she may have burned up or destroyed some of his things in anger before. She may have kicked him out of the home on one or more occasions, or told him to go spend the night in his penthouse or whatever second home they have. Here they are. Now, I decided to put a filter on this right here because I feel like we can really get a sense of who these people are behind their mask. So you can kind of see with Nia Long, she kind of has this look like, yeah, I'm that bitch. I got that nigga. You know what I mean? That type of thing. Yeah, I was able to get him. I was able to get that man, head coach, all types of stuff. This is before that bombshell dropped. And him right here, he kind of looks like he's not too bright. Now I know to be a head coach, you got to have some type of smarts. But when I say he is a literal walking penis, that's what I'm seeing in this image right here with this filter on here. He doesn't have much sense. And all that blood flow that should be going to his brain is actually going to his penis. So when that happens, you're not making much. This is why men, it's a scientific fact that when men are heavily into sports, like if they're watching sports or like if they're coaching a game or they're playing sports, usually they can't get hard. They can't get erect. Why? Because sports requires more of that analytical ability, right? And to use that analytical ability, it requires a physical, but especially like even if you're just a spectator and they're really in the sport, that analytical ability takes over. So all this blood is rushing to their brain because they need more blood flow to the brain because increased brain activity, and all this blood is moving away from their genitals. This is why they tell athletes not to have sex before the game, because it takes away their vitality and all that type of stuff. And it puts them in a different headspace. Like the science of men is deep. I mean, the science of women, period. The science of the sexes is deep as shit. But that's something to take into account. So when I see him with this filter on, I'm like, he ain't nothing but a penis with some eyes and a mouth. He doesn't seem like he's that deep of a person. And honestly, you have quite a few Leos that are rather shallow and they aren't that deep unless they have something in their chart that's going to counteract that shit. Emi's Saturn is squaring Nia's Venus, so this makes it not easy for him to feel secure, or for her to feel secure or at ease in this relationship. Also, her requests often go denied, so she might be like, can we have a date night? And he'd be like, nope, I got a game. Nope, I got practice. Nope, can't do it. This is where he can always use his work as an excuse. Emi doesn't feel respected by Nia. Emi doesn't make enough time for Nia, but it could be due to his job, just like how I was saying. Intimacy, like when you see Saturn squares like that in a synastry, a lot of times you just got to look at it as the person with the Saturn, they're saying either timeout, and in his case, he would because he's a coach. You know how these sports people, they be using sports lingo in regular conversations? He'd be like, Nia, he probably has a whistle too. He probably blows the whistle when he gets tired of her mess. He's probably like, we need a timeout. Or that Saturn can represent no. It can represent where he's constantly saying no, or where he's putting up these restrictions, or he's like a brick wall and she feel like she can't get through to him. So her requests often go denied. Also, intimacy is lacking. A close bond is lacking. Relationship receives unwanted negative attention due to his indiscretion. Probably after they have sex, he'd be like, hit the showers. Again, he doesn't seem like somebody that has much of a personality beyond basketball and getting some pussy. So he's the type that probably does speak in basketball terms all the time. Like when she's out of pocket or he feels like she's out of line, he's like, that's a flagrant foul. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if he'd be blowing that whistle all the time. Because again, you have some men where all they are jocks. And Leo is one of those jocks. Not saying that, you can have some Leo men that are Renaissance men and that are more refined and stuff, but Leo is one of the signs of the jock. And that's why she was doing the little cheerleading and stuff like that. Because she was speaking his language. That's all he knows. He probably done had sex with every one of the Boston Celtics cheerleaders. So she trying to be his main cheerleader and shit. And he's like, when he want to get busy, he like, Nia,
I'm ready for a triple double tonight. He like, you ready? Come and get this crossover.
Like, come on. I couldn't be with no dude that's that much into sports like that. Actually, I was dating a guy that was very much into sports. It was too much. And one time he gambled some money on a game and that was our bill money. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it. But yeah, some of them dudes, they be too much into sports. And again, he don't seem too bright. So I bet you his language consists mainly of basketball lingo. Take it to the hole. He like, yo, I'm gonna take this shit to the hole tonight. He like, yo, Nia, I'm gonna dunk on your ass tonight. He be like, yo, don't be bringing that rebound shit to me. He be trying to get all types of free throws. He be like, Nia, can I get another free throw? That mean, can they have another threesome? 3-on-3. Yeah, he's like a dumb jock, a dumb athlete. Can't you see it? Again, he's a walking penis with a head, which is a lot of those professional athletes are. They're walking penises that can dribble a ball and throw a ball or hit a ball or whatever. All right, moving along. Okay, so where am I at? Intimacy is lacking, a close bond is lacking, relationship receives unwanted, just damn that, I swear to God, relationship receives unwanted negative attention due to his indiscretions. Nia may not agree with some of his methods as a father. A love affair on the job prompts Nia to call it quits, separation. All right, just a few more. Ime's Uranus conjoined to Nia's Sun, Moon, and Mercury. This is the aspect I was talking about where it resulted in that them meeting through a mutual friend. But this can also mean that they are more so friends with benefits than being in a committed partnership. Also, Nia has probably been tolerating his sexual trysts for quite some time now. Like I said, she giving him carte blanche treatment. She allowed him to order a la carte. She bringing women to him to satisfy. She trying to feed the beast, but she's realizing that the beast's appetite is insatiable. And she probably wasn't shocked by the news of the coworker because, again, she already knows what he's made of. And they could have had a very kinky sex life at his behest. So, again, she knows he's like that. And she brings the women to it. She knows he wants variety in terms of women with his moon in Gemini. And she tries to appease him, but realizes that it doesn't work. Because guess what? This is another thing women have to realize too. A lot of men, especially men, fire sign men, they get off on the chase. So if you're bringing him women, okay, Dr. Ken, I'll get your question. I'm almost done with this. If you're bringing the man women, you're taking away the whole excitement of the chase. So therefore, it doesn't matter how many women you bring him, he's going to want to still chase. That's what some women don't understand. They think, oh, if I, invite another woman in our bed, he's going to be happy. He's going to be satisfied. That's going to keep his ass at home. But you're taking away the excitement of the chase because you're bringing the prey right there. No wild animal gets satisfaction from just having their food just drop down. No, because they have that instinct that tells them to hunt, that tells them to chase after what they want. And that gets them fired up. It gets their juices going. So yeah, it don't matter how many women you bring some of these men, they still want to chase. So Ime's Chiron opposing Nia's Sun, Moon, and Mercury. This is where he has her hemmed up in that whole situation where it's like, okay, we're together, but we're not really together. And that makes me wonder how they're handling their finances. So this could be issues with joint financial management, and also custody and child support battle may ensue. I mean, their son Kez is only 10 years old, so they still got some ways to go before that boy becomes an adult. So I won't be surprised if there's some issues with custody that take place. Oh, and here we go. These two again. So I guess we're at the end of Nia and Ime. And then I won't have time to get into these people. I said these people, but I did want to maybe we could talk about them next week, and that will give me time to research their story because I don't know much about these two. Not them. Hold on. Let me scroll down. Some of y'all probably already know who I'm talking about because I'm not familiar with a lot of these young people. So I wanted to get into their relationship, which has reported to be rocky. And I think they're just in one of those relationships where they get off on arguing and being in conflict with each other. But I got to do some more research on them and some of what happened. I do know that there's, a picture out there dealing with her looking like a snaggletooth. Where is it at? Can somebody please explain this? Maybe, look, Dr. Ken said, God, please no. Wild and Regal said, oh my God, yes, please. Now, can somebody please explain to me what happened with this tooth situation? Because it was like some caption where she said she took out her tooth for it. So did he knock that tooth out? Kingston Bell said, please don't. I noticed a lot of people get triggered with this one. Like nobody wants to hear about the. Is it because y'all tired of hearing? Again, I don't follow the news of these young people. Like, so she yanked the tooth. She's a little strange looking. She looks okay right there, but I seen some pictures of her where she look a little strange. And she's shaped a little strange too. Look at this one picture of her. I was like, why she look like the Chiquita banana girl right there? And this is what I mean, like, some of y'all modern women, I just don't understand y'all. And I don't understand modern men either because, and some of y'all who are around my age, y'all can attest to this. Like, I couldn't walk around looking like that if I was with my man and my man was with his boys. That wouldn't be going down. He'd be like, yo, put some clothes on. But nowadays, am I getting too old or what? Am I like an old fuddy duddy? Because I just know, like back in the day, my man would not be cool with me looking like this in front of his friends. Am I wrong? Again, maybe I'm getting too old. Maybe, I'm behind the times. But I'm just like, that could produce too much of a sticky situation. First of all, it always seems like one of your man's friends is always checking for you, like would always try to hit if he could. If your man wasn't looking, and if there was no way he would find out, oh, one of your man's friends would try to push up on you. So why would you make a man why would you create that potential conflict? You said she's bossy and she wears the pants. So Alice Soul said, no, you're not. The world is just not right now. Yeah, exactly. Like her ass is obviously hanging out as high up as those shorts are. So I'm like, that's acceptable nowadays? But they probably all fucked her before. I mean, that's usually how it works nowadays, I think, with these friendships or something. She probably don't mess with one of these dudes. But yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I'll do a poll if y'all want me to get into their synastry. I haven't even really looked, but I do know one thing. He got an Aries South Node, and that explains why he's like in this conflict-oriented situation with her. But I think they love it. I think they both have masochistic tendencies. But enough about that. Let me get to these super chats, and then let me get on out of here. Dr. Ken, I'm going to check my email to check your question before I roll out. Hopefully there's not too many because I'm getting kind of tired. All right, we got Kawaii Honey. I'll answer your question. We got Josie. I'll answer your question. And then I think it was Joel, I think I saw. And then, you can always, where are we at? You can always slide a little donation in my Cash App or PayPal if you appreciated the information I provided y'all with tonight. You don't have to, but it'd be nice. All right, let's see. Scroll back up. But yeah, donations are always appreciated. YouTube is rather stingy with their with the money that they be giving people for advertisements. You wouldn't, I mean, for those that don't have YouTube channels with monetization, you'd be surprised how much it takes for you to just get a few coins on YouTube. It's ridiculous. And YouTube promotes who they want to promote. I find if you're like real with the information you provide, they're not really going to promote your channel. They're not going to put your channel much in the suggested views and all that type of stuff. Because when I look at my analytics, I can see how my videos are being viewed. And it's rarely because YouTube is suggesting it. Actually, let me go to the YouTube. Where am I at? Okay. Let me look at this and then I'll pull up the chat and that way I'll be able to see. Okay, so Josie. So you're next and then Kawaii and then I'll check my email and then hopefully that'll be it because I'm getting tired. I've been on this live stream for what? Over 4 hours now. So you said, hello, I found myself in a sun-south node situationship. Uh-oh. Can you pull a card on what purpose of us crossing paths is? Okay, let's see. Sun-south node relationships, they can feel so right in the beginning. They can feel familiar, like you might feel like this person is a kindred spirit. There might be a lot of similarities about the two of you. There's a high chance that you did spend a past life with this person, but south node relationships can be very tricky and they can be very deceiving because what's happening is you basically are have to pay back some karmic debt through that person, and that's why the universe conspires for you two to get together, and that's why it feels so good in the beginning. Because if it felt bad in the beginning, you wouldn't stick around. Thanks, Siobhan. If it felt bad in the beginning, you wouldn't stick around. So the universe is going to make sure it feels good in the beginning so you stick around and you have to pay back that karmic debt. So I got the Chariot. And the Chariot can deal with where you and this person are very alike in some ways, but in this lifetime, it's necessary that you two also are able to maintain your independence. So there's going to be times where the two of you can't come to an agreement, where y'all can't see eye to eye, and you're going to start to realize, look, wow, I'm my own separate individual from this person, but where we can still come together, we can still be a couple, but we can't rule over each other. He does his thing, you do your thing, and then you guys will meet in the middle when it's, appropriate or necessary. But there's something from your past life where you were too attached to a person, and it's like the same person has come back, and you might be tempted to be attached to this person again like that, but it's not meant for that to happen. Like, y'all can be together, y'all just can't be, fused at the hip, I'll say, in this lifetime. So maintaining your independence, doing you, make sure you're getting what you want, that's what needs to happen. Oh, wow. That would make sense too, what I mean about, so that can mean that there's a chance that y'all could become two merged together where you lose touch with your individual self. That's exactly what I'm talking about, what I see in the cards. There you go. So hopefully that helps. And then we have Kawaii Honey said, will I pass my cardio phlebotomy exam and driving test this year? Also, will I change jobs in advance? Will I change jobs or advance in my career? Damn, you got a lot going on. So first, let's see, will you pass your cardio phlebotomy exam? I got a yes. That's ultimately, but it looks like you might have to retake a portion. If it's in parts, there's a part that you might have to retake because that Ace of Cups can deal with where you have to redo something. But it looks like you will eventually pass. And then let's look at your driving test. I got the Queen of Swords, which lets me know that you will pass the driving exam. Looks like you'll pass with flying colors. It'll be a breeze. And then you said, also, will I change jobs or advance in my career? I got Knight of Swords, which is a change in jobs. So that change, the advancement could come with a change, but I'm seeing change first. So I hope that helps. And then let me just refresh my screen. Okay, so Inner Beauty Goddess, thank you for your Cash App. And let me just make sure I didn't miss anybody before that. Okay. So you said, hey, Rod, can you please tell me about my 8th house Aquarius North Node? So with that, you could have friends come into your life that are very supportive, that will help you to become, or I'll say that will help you to recognize where your strengths lie and where your power lies. Also, that could be collaborating with a friend on some type of project. A friend might even come to your aid financially at some point, but it can always be flipped. You could attract a friend that's too dependent upon you. You could attract a friend that's always trying to borrow something from you. But this can also deal with friends with benefits. And I love that. I love friends with benefits. So you might be more designed for a friends with benefits situation than a full on love affair, a full on romance. Oh, thank you for your Cash App, your super sticker. Thank you so much, Golden Owl. Thank you so much, Kawaii Honey. Thank you so much, Dahlia, for your super chat. And I'll answer your question in a minute. Let me see. So Inner Beauty Goddess, about that Aquarius North Node in the 8th house. You also have to just be careful of being betrayed by a friend. You might have a friend that you can't really trust or that you shouldn't be trusting. Also, that can manifest as the untimely death of a friend. When you have the Aquarius North Node in the 8th, or just Aquarius in the 8th, that's like sudden death, sudden unexpected death. You didn't see it coming. So you could just look at that, can also just mean sudden, unexpected circumstances that are beyond your control because it's in the 8th house. Think about that in terms of that. Also, that can mean in this lifetime, you got to get a little freaky deaky sexually. You might be into different, like you probably got a whole collection of sex toys in your underwear drawer. That's all I'm saying. Because that's how that can play out for real. And also that's very much about, there could be long stints of abstinence where you don't have anything going on sexually with anybody. So yeah, a lot can come with that 8th house North Node in Aquarius. A lot of good, a lot of bad. But it all comes down to life choices once you get past the faded part. And I just say welcome change, because change will be a constant in your life. May not be every month you're dealing with significant change, but just when you think things have gotten comfy and stable, that might be when the rug is pulled right from out underneath you. Hopefully that helps. So you said just wondering what's going on in my life, what's coming up. Like, Don't know what to do, feel kind of stuck. Also, is my partner the one for me long term? Dahlia, you must have something in Aquarius. Do you have anything in Aquarius? Aquarius rising, moon in Aquarius, Mars in Aquarius. Inner beauty God, you said I've had loads of friendship betrayals. Well, that makes sense. All right, so you want to know what's going on in your life, what's coming up. I got the Two of Pentacles, which can mean that your life is headed for an upswing. Okay, so you got Moon in Aquarius invaded. You might have something else that you haven't noticed in your Placidus chart, because just your question alone is very Aquarian, where you were like, what did you say? You said, just wondering what's going on in my life and what's coming up. Because Aquarius, a lot of times, deals with a lot of uncertainty, I'll say, and it's not really sure where they currently are at, what they want to do, what's coming next. So with the Two of Pentacles, I am seeing where you could experience an upswing in terms of your activity, where you're going to be much busier than you were before. You might be taking on a new project. You might be taking on more responsibility at work. Also, you could be making some changes to your diet as well. Oh, you're welcome, Inner Beauty Goddess. Just know that change is on the horizon, and it could be positive change where you feel like you even have kind of like a new lease on life. So if you're feeling kind of stagnant now, if you're feeling like, you're not really getting anywhere, just give it some time, because the tables are going to turn, and they're going to turn in your favor. And then you said something about a relationship. Oh, you said, also, is my partner the one for me long term? I love this question. And then after I do Oro, let me see who else. I definitely gotta go, because I gotta do some readings in the morning. And I gotta make sure I get some proper sleep. I also noticed the older I get, I can't pull these all-nighters like I used to. All right, so is your man the one for you? Well, you said partner. Is partner the one for you long term? I got the Six of Cups, which is a yes. But that doesn't mean that he's the one for you for the rest of your life. With that Six of Cups, even if the two of you break up, there's a high chance that the two of you will get back together. And I'm seeing where there is some level of dependency there, which could result in the relationship lasting longer. Like, it might even be like there's some codependency. And definitely where either one or the both of you, like, you kind of need each other right now. So that's a good reason to stay together, out of need and out of, being each other's support system. All right. And then we got, hope that helps, Dahlia. And then we got Oral. You said, hey, Rob, I'm glad to know you're healing up well and happy with your results. Well, thank you. You said, like you, I'll be having another round of surgery. Can you pull a card for surgery? Will I be content with the final results? Okay. You know I love these questions. And then I think I got to check my email for Dr. Ken. And then hopefully I could sign off after that. But I hope y'all enjoyed this live stream. I definitely did. I got the Empress Oro, which means that, yeah, you're going to be happy with the results. You're going to be content. I mean, you can't get a better card than that. I mean, there's other good cards to get for surgery, but the Empress, that's where, you admiring yourself in the mirror and you like, oh, I like this. And, oh, oh, he did a good job. So yeah, that's a good card to get. So good luck, but I don't even have to say good luck because you got the Empress card. All right. And then Lady is the last super chat I'll be doing. So please don't send me any more because I gotta end this live stream soon. But let me check my email because Dr. Ken sent me a question and she's a diggable planet. And that's one of the benefits of being a diggable planet, which is being a member of my my channel, because you get free one card readings. Okay. So you said, will me and my Taurus ex start talking again? He's acting like a baby holding a grudge again. All right, let's see. So will you and your Taurus ex start talking again? Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed the live stream, Alice. Thanks for hanging with me for the whole time. I think you were in here the whole time or most of the time. So I got the Queen of Swords, which can mean that, yes, you guys will start talking again, but it'll be on your terms where you're not going to be, putting up with none of his bullshit. Because the Queen of Swords does not put up with bullshit. Thank you, Brenda, for your Cash App. That was very nice of you. And then, last but not least, we have Lady. You're my knight in shining armor, and I love you. Y'all know that song? Kenny Rogers sang that. I think Lionel Richie sang it too. All right, you said, thank you, Lady, for your super chat. You said, should I go to Ghana in December? And then you want to know, will you meet a Scorpio in Ghana? Well, happy new day for you, Inner Beauty Goddess from England. I'm glad that you're watching from across the pond, as they say. I got the Five of Wands. Going to Ghana in December does not look like it's a good idea. I would not go. I would reschedule. I would plan it for a different month. And it might be, holiday travel. That could be the reason why it's not looking like a good idea. And then you want to know, will you meet a Scorpio? Now, you didn't say when. So if I say yeah, don't expect to meet the Scorpio overnight. Might take years. I got the Emperor. That's more Aries. So I'll just say you'll probably meet an Aries before you meet a Scorpio. All right, but that's it. I hope y'all enjoyed this live stream. Again, I really enjoyed it. I might do a couple of more couples before Libra season is out. So y'all can use the comment section if y'all have some couples that y'all would like me to do the synastry reading on and all that good stuff. I'm going to be doing another astrological case study very soon. This one is another sponsored one. And then I got a whole list of sponsored ones coming up. So yeah, I got a lot of work ahead of me. I want to do another live stream within the next week. So stay tuned for that. I got my Prince video coming up. I just got a number of things that I have on my agenda. So y'all won't have time to get bored. And I just want to thank everybody for being patient with me as I've been healing from this procedure and all this type of stuff. And yeah, I couldn't be happier with the group that I have. I love y'all. Take care. Many blessings. Peace. I'm out.